where he is. So we're ready? Good evening, everyone, to the Fitchburg Common Council meeting for the November 14, 2023 meeting. So the first thing is to call to the order to the meeting. Second is a pledge of allegiance. Please stand up.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
I am so here.
Mayor Radafrada.
Here.
Alder Gerhardt. Here. Alder Herbst.
Aquí.
Alder Jetzer.
Here.
Alder Maldonado.
Here.
Alder Strassman. Here. Alder Udell.
Here.
Alder Wheeler.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. So next we move to item 4 is public appearances for non-agenda items and new appointments. And we have a couple of proclamations tonight. And then we have a mayoral appointment. So the first thing is we are going to recognize, the first proclamation is recognizing Saturday, November 25th, 2023 as a Small Business Saturday. Whereas the Common Council of Fitchburg, Wisconsin celebrates our local small businesses and the contribution they make to our local economy and community, and
whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are currently 33.2 million small businesses in the United States, representing 99.7% of all businesses with employees in the United States, responsible for 62.7% of net new jobs created over the past 20 years. And whereas small business employ 61.7 million Americans, totaling 46% of the private sector. And whereas 89% of all consumers in the United States agree that small businesses contribute positively to the local community by supplying jobs and generating tax revenues. And whereas 87% of consumers in the United States agree that small businesses are critical to overall economic health of the United States. And whereas 93% of consumers in the United States agree that it is important for people to support the small businesses that they value in their community. And whereas the City of Fitchburg, Wisconsin supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our neighborhoods. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore,
I, Julia Radafrada, Mayor of the City of Fitchburg, Wisconsin, along with the Fitchburg Common Council, do hereby proclaim November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of Fitchburg and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on a Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. So that's it. So Angela, do you want to receive the proclamation? Thank you, Randy. Oh, we can wait for the tube. Okay. Good point, Gabriela. So the next one is, celebrating Fitchburg Chamber Visit to and Business Bureau 25th anniversary. So, 1 second. Whereas the Fitchburg Chamber of Commerce was incorporated on December 7, 1998, and for a quarter of a century has diligently served as a vital catalyst for helping local businesses prosper, and
whereas a group of dedicated members met in the summer of 1998 to organize the Chamber, and
Whereas the Chamber's goals were to promote the local business development, encourage business-to-business sales, create a voice for the business community, provide networking opportunities for business people, and market the Fitchburg community, and
whereas the successful organizational kickoff event took place in November 1998, where 100 businesses signed up to become members of the Chamber, and
whereas the Chamber has a membership today of over 400, and
whereas the Fitchburg Chamber has been dedicated to the promotion of local businesses, fostering economic development, and enhancing the quality of life for our residents, and
Whereas in 2017, the City of Fitchburg and the Fitchburg Chamber of Commerce entered into a professional service agreement in which the city designated the chamber and the city's official tourism entity, which is known today as the Fitchburg Chamber Visitor and Business Bureau. And
whereas the Chamber's vision is to promote a place, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, where everyone can create a life filled with connections, economic opportunities, health, wellness, and community. And
whereas the Fitchburg Chamber has demonstrated a solid commitment to building partnerships advocating for the interests of local businesses. And
whereas the Fitchburg Chamber organizes countless events such as concerts at McKee, Bike the Berg, Fitchburg Biz After Hours, Chamber Table Talk, as well as many other initiatives that have enriched the lives of our residents and strengthened the local economy. And
whereas, on the occasion of its 25th anniversary, we pause to reflect on the immense contributions of the Fitchburg Chamber Visitors Bureau and its invaluable role in shaping our vibrant community and the remarkable partnership with the City of Fitchburg.
Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Julia Rata Frata, Mayor of Fitchburg, along with the Common Council, do hereby acknowledge the significant impact that the Fitchburg Chamber has had on our community and congratulate them on their 25th anniversary and look forward to many more years of service and partnership. So that's it. Thank you. So now we're going to, if you want to take the picture. So here we have Angela Kinderman. She's the president of the Fitchburg Chamber of Commerce. So Angela, we want to say thank you for the partnership. I know you from more than 10 years. I remember it was with the Latino Chamber when we first met in the old place, you remember?
I remember.
And then it was, I remember that meeting because you were so friendly and you invite us, the Latino Chamber, to do business here in the city of Fitchburg. So since then, you know, the Latino Chamber and the Fitchburg Chamber create that connection. And tomorrow, you guys are organizing a big event with all the other local chambers of commerce. So I want to say thank you for all what you do for the city of Fitchburg. And I think everyone here in the council agree with that. And also we are celebrating all the small businesses. And please shop this, what is it, November 25th?
Small business.
A small business. We have a lot of small business here in the city of Fitchburg. So we please ask you to shop those. So, Angela.
Thank you so much. I will say that the Chamber is strong because of our small businesses and our business members in our community, and with all the partnerships that we have, not only with our city officials and city staff, but then the other organizations in our community that do such a good job for their citizens and our businesses. In terms of Small Business Saturday, absolutely we encourage people to shop local, not just next Saturday, but every day. And I will give a little plug if you want to know where to shop local. If you go to visitfitchburg.com, you'll find a page that says Find It in Fitchburg, and you'll be able to find anything you need for your goods and services, shopping, and all your holiday needs this year too. So find it in Fitchburg, and thank you so much for the honor tonight.
Okay, thank you. So, I don't know. Okay. More? Okay, this is for okay. So next we move to the we have a mayoral appointment. So the new appointment is for Jenny Sanders for CEDA. Terms will expire on April 2027. So who's gonna make the motion?
Second.
Okay, so Jenny, can you come to the microphone and?
I have 4 to choose from.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jenny Sanders. I live in Fitchburg for about the last 24 years, I think, with my husband and my 2 daughters. We've lived in Tower Hill and Seminole Forest, and now in Seminole Hills for about the last 9 years. And about me, my husband and I own a marketing agency, so we're small business owners since 1995. And I'm also a realtor, which is really my full-time job. I'm also the president of the Seminole Women's Club, which is a social group of about 90 women or so, and we service the Seminole Hills and Seminole Forest and Harlan Hills neighborhood. That's probably about it in a nutshell. There's more, but I could go on, but I won't. I'm just really excited to learn about CETA and kind of how my experience and perspective can add value to the group, and I'm pretty invested in this city, so I really want to see it healthy and vital. So that's
Thank
it. So
you.
thanks for having me.
Any question? No? Okay. Oh, who? Oh, Dave. Yes.
This isn't for Jenny, and I hope I have nothing but good to say about Jenny, but I'd like to ask the mayor, why wasn't Mark Fairchild considered for this? You know, when you kicked him off for no reason except that he supported Randy Udell for mayor, and maybe because he's a white male, and he wanted to be back on. He left you a message on the phone. You never returned it. You said you'd get back to him. It seems to be you have a systematic of anyone that supported Randy Udell that you want them off committees, which is very troubling to me. Mark is very qualified. I have no problem with Jenny at all, but other alders, if you're not troubled by this, I think you should be. This is not how this city is operated, to the victor go the spoils. I realize it is the mayor's prerogative to make the appointments, but the number of people she kicked off that were, merely supported Randy, that were good citizens and had a lot to contribute is troubling. And, I cannot support this nomination. I kind of had it with this, that only people that supported her for mayor are going to be on committees. That's all.
The mayor never did ask me who I supported, so it was not a factor.
Jenny Sander is replacing Jennifer Clary because she moved to another municipality. So this is why I am doing this replacement. Thank you for your opinion, Dave. Okay. Anyone? Gabriela.
Just want to say that you seem like a great fit for CETA. Really happy to read your application and hear about your experience. And it is good. It looks like we don't have any women on the committee after that vacancy, so it's good to have a woman represented on the committee. Thanks.
Any other comment? No? Okay. So all those in favor of appointing Jenny Sanders to the committee, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Jenny, and welcome to CETA.
Thank you
Glad
very
that you are, want to serve to the community.
Thank you.
So, okay. So next we move to item 4C is we need to, I need a motion to open the public hearing. Oh, no, we need to open the public hearing. So I will open the public hearing for the council proposed amendment to the 2024 operating budget. Okay, so we have a couple of people that they want to speak, or we have received some comments via mail. So, what is this? Who is that person? Who is it? Paul? Oh, Paul. So, okay, so the rule is the person who wants to speak should come to the microphone. You have 3 minutes for each amendment that you want to speak. So the first one is Paul. I cannot understand your handwriting for your last name. He wishes to speak in support of number 16. Where are you, Paul?
Hello, Council. And Mayor. Just time I'm talking and not you. I know you have a grudge with people that don't like what you think. I'm here because I want Dave Herbst's amendments, all of them, passed. Say yes to them. The kids center and stuff like that, I don't think we need it. There's no money in the budget unless you can pull a rabbit out of its hat. You said something about free money the last time you were chirping at me, and I sit there and I can't find any free money. So, and the other one is number 16. Say yes to. Vote on that and say yes. We don't need to throw money out the window. And unless Fitchburg's got a lot of money hid somewhere, we got to start paying off our debt. But don't sit there and throw money away. We can do other things better, think better, do better. But we have a runaway government right now. We're spending more money than some of the big cities do. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your feedback. So next, I am calling Ari Law. She wished to speak in opposition of the above matter. So is opposing amendment number 4, 12, and 13. Ari?
Thank you. I'm actually a they, them, so they wish to speak. I didn't realize there was 3 minutes for each amendment, so I just have a 3-minute speech. Okay. I'm so appreciative of how thoughtful this committee is with how to spend the city's money in order to best support all of our residents. I'm so glad of the careful consideration and important discussion around even small amounts of money. As such, I'd like to register my opposition to amendments 4, 12, and 13. The money for the H&I grant, Amendment 4, is really important. With the Healthy Neighborhood Grant Program finishing its 5th year of supporting grassroots efforts to support our priority neighborhoods, we have a healthy base of repeat recipients as well as a steady stream of new applicants. With the addition of the Southdale neighborhood, the needs are rapidly increasing, and this year we were only able to fully fund 2 of the 9 applicants. One example of a project that was only partially funded was the Leopold Parent Family Organization, who requested $15,000 for a variety of community building and student support programs. They were awarded $8,500, which is wonderful, but having more money available in the grant program would have meant that we would have been able to help more of our young citizens, and that's a priority to me. As far as the Teen Center feasibility study, Amendment 12 is concerned, it is important to move forward with identifying the needs of the project and whether any spaces already exist that could meet those needs. Trying to rent space without understanding the needs makes very little sense to me. I want to talk about the $41 million proposed for the Fitchburg Police Facility, Amendment 13. It is very important for the Fitchburg Police to have a functional facility. It is possible that it will cost $41 million to build it, but I encourage the team to slow down and double check that all that money is necessary to be spent on the facility. For example, how much less crime might there be if we were to invest $10 million in a rent assistance program for residents? How much more support could be provided for our residents and police officers if we could find a way to instead fund hiring more police officers? Is it absolutely necessary for the Fitchburg Police Department to have their own training facility that can double as a shooting range? The answer may be that this is the only way to attract candidates, but let's have that discussion as a public. At the very least, I will offer that it is more cost efficient to have gender-neutral locker rooms with a few individual changing stalls, as opposed to wasting space trying to overestimate how many female or how many male officers there will be. It would also be more forward-looking to be able to attract candidates who may not fit the gender binary. I recommend slowing down so you can consider details like these. I remember when the hub in the North Fish Hatchery Road neighborhood was debated. There was vigorous disagreement over a $400,000 covered basketball court. Why are we not having similar questions about $40 million? You all have an important job to carefully steward the city's money on behalf of us, the citizens, and I appreciate how thoughtful everyone is being. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ari. So next I call Steve Arnold, who he wishes to speak in support of number 11 and in opposition of number 3 and 14. Could be like that, Steve? I don't know.
Yeah, there are 3 more as well. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. That's a hard act to follow. Good job. First of all, speaking on Steve Arnold, 2530 Targhee Street. Thank you for all your work on this so far. Speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of Bike Fitchburg, I would like to oppose, as the mayor said, Amendments 3 and 14, and support 11. Amendment 3 is to defund the B-Cycle Community Pass program. This program is very successful in Madison at getting the benefits of shared mobility to people who cannot afford a $165 a year membership. It is very efficient because people can take out a pass from the library when they need it, and those passes are shared among all the residents of the city who have library cards. So I urge you to reject this amendment to defund that. Amendment 14 is to reduce the amount of shoulder paving on Whalen Road. Whalen Road has 4 conflict points in each direction where people on bikes have to merge into high-speed traffic, and we need to get rid of all of them. It was incorrectly stated that this need was identified in 2017. The first shoulders were paved in 2017. This need was identified in the 2010 Bike and Ped Plan, and we need to finally get this safety improvement done for everyone who uses Whalen Road, drivers and bicyclists. We also support the funding, the $460 to fund monthly meetings for the Transportation and Transit Commission. We are undertaking Vision Zero, which is important to Bike Fitchburg and to me personally. We also will be looking at the extension over the coming years of the south route of the bus rapid transit to Fitchburg, and we need to oversee a transit alternatives study. So for all these reasons, it makes no sense to cancel meetings of the Transportation and Transit Commission because of an artificial financial constraint. Just for identification, I chair that commission. Speaking on behalf of myself only, I support Amendment 7. The $50,000 proposed to be available for funding transit options will be very valuable. We are doing a study on alternatives to meet some identified shortcomings in our public transit network, and to have some money available to begin implementation in 2024 would be very valuable. I oppose Amendment 12, the defunding of the planning for the teen center. And I support Amendments 1 and 8 to provide additional funding through the well-being. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of that program, but I think that that's a terrific idea to provide additional funding for the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative grant program. I thank you for your time and would answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Thank you.
So next is Karen Lawrence. She wishes to register only. So I'm going to mention She is opposed. She's a yes for remove the funding from the free e-bike passes. She say no to add funding for change to transit system. She said no to add a human resource intern. She says no to 11. What is 11? Increase the transportation and transit committee meetings. She says yes to remove teen center design study. She says no to 14. This reduces scope of Welland Road shoulder paving. She says yes to 15 is reinstate Welland Road paved shoulders, bike lanes. She says yes to 16 is remove McGough Park volleyball post replacement. She said yes to 17, reinstate Tower Hill shelter replacement. And she said yes to 18, add maintenance cost to extend the life of Kid Crossing Playground. Okay. So next I am calling to Linda Brewer. She's only here to register to support of the city forester position increased to 100. Okay. So next I am calling to Patrick Cheney. Patrick, he wishes to speak, but I don't know for which comment. I don't know, Patrick. You have 3 minutes.
Vote yes on Amendment 16, the McGaw volleyball posts to not replace them. This must be the easiest one to pass. For all the screwy so-called reasons and bad information the council has heard, I have countered with the facts and correct info. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, I sent the council 24 pictures in 3 batches to see for yourself, even if not going there. Why have I worked on this? As soon as I saw this years ago, I knew this was a bad CIP. Others in the Park Commission said they'd remove this CIP, but then didn't. Every citizen ought to scrutinize the CIPs and the budgets, but most don't. They rely on appointed representatives on commissions and elected representatives to seriously dig into the facts and stop bad expenditures. We all count on responsible decisions on our property taxes and all city money. Those who volunteer to represent are entrusted with that responsibility. Any of the council who might still vote no on 16 are not taking this CIP and this expense seriously. Don't be fooled with reasoning that doesn't really make sense. Be smart with property tax and all city funds in this budget. You read the amendment comments from Misty Dodge and know what Misty said in your committee of the whole meeting. I've met on site with our parks director twice, and more recently on site with our parks crew supervisor. They're not going to back down on this or reconsider because wouldn't that call all of their proposals into question? Don't fix it if it's not broken. And these posts and tension winders are all fine and functioning exactly as intended. All volleyball posts in the parks I saw are rock solid and in use. McGaw's are in better shape. If any break, it's an operational expense. Does the Parks Department need more work to do? I can give them more, and I have suggested, but often ignored. If this CIP remains, the Parks Department will remove and replace these posts and winders because the Park Commission and Council approved it, and they can say, Council ordered Parks to do that. That means it's not the Parks Department's fault wasting money. It is on you. Vote yes on number 16, and I'm also in favor of voting yes on all of Dave Herp's amendments. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Then we receive a couple of, emails. I am not going to read all of the email. I want to make sure that the person who sent the email is in favor or opposed to one of the amendments. So the first one is from Ryan Estrella. He's in opposition of the amendment number 4. remove the increased funding for the Healthy Neighborhood Initiative program grants. Kathy in Belmar, I don't know the last name. She's against also. She's in favor of remove the increased funding for the Healthy Neighborhood. Then we received for number 12 in support of the Teen Center. Yes, remove the Teen Center design study. We received from Julie Olick. She is the Director of Community Relations from UW Health. She's in support of maintaining the $40,000 for the Teen Center. We received another one from Representative Jimmy Anderson from District 47. That represents Fitchburg, McFarland, Monona, Madison. He's also in favor of keeping the $40,000 for the Teen Center. We also received a letter from Melissa Agar, is the state senator from Representative Fitchburg, and she's also in favor of keeping the $40,000 for the Teen Center. And then we received a letter from Awa Pathy. She's also in favor of keeping the $40,000 for the Teen Center. Then moving to amendment number 13 is the increased funding for the police facility. We received an email from Tony Hartman. He's a resident of Fitchburg, former alder. He's in opposition of increasing of this amendment. And then we received another email from Elizabeth Thompson. She is also against increasing the funding for the police facility. She lives in Zion Road in Fitchburg. So that's it, isn't it? Anyone else in online, Scott, that wishes to speak? No? In the public? No? So I am closing the public hearing for the council proposed amendment to the 2024 operating budget. Okay, so next we move to the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. So next we move to the administrator report.
Good evening, everyone. I've got 4 items for you. I want to announce the police department was recently notified by the United States Department of Justice, the COPS office specifically, of a grant award that would provide approximately 1/3 of the funding over a 3-year period to add 5 police officers to the department. The grant award would be for approximately $625,000. The city has 45 days to respond to the U.S. Department of Justice regarding potential acceptance of this grant, and I wanted to bring this to your attention this evening because a direct referral will be forthcoming to City Council for the November 28th meeting for you to consider whether or not the city is going to accept this grant that has been awarded to the city. If you have any questions regarding the grant, I encourage you to contact either Police Chief Morales or me. And I also want to congratulate the police department on the successful grant application. It was mentioned earlier this evening, but there is a Fitchburg Chamber of Commerce event tomorrow evening from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Hop House. This is their annual networking event that brings members from multiple chambers of commerce in the area together. The 20th and final Burby Derby is happening on Thanksgiving morning, just down the block near the Agora Pavilion on East Sherrill Parkway. That event will continue under a new name and new organizers in future years, but a 20-year run is quite an accomplishment. And folks should please be patient and expect a few delays and road closures next Thursday morning during that event. And then finally, I am pleased to report that the final details are being put on West Lacey Road, and that road is scheduled to reopen on Friday. So the motoring public will have the ability to get, and bicycling and pedestrian public for that matter, since there is a shared use path there, will be able to head west and east more easily in the city of Fitchburg. Congratulations and thank you to our city engineer, Tim Volker, and his team for the work that they did on that project. Any questions for me at all?
Chad, what time on Friday? I'm sorry, Joe.
What time will the road open?
Yeah.
That information I do not know, but I do know that it will open on Friday.
Got it.
So I don't know if you plan on camping out then, but just let us know.
Chad, regarding the grant, is there a limit on how long those positions, is it ongoing or is it for a certain period of time?
So the grant conditions would support the funding for 3 years, approximately 1/3 of the total cost, and then the city would be obligated to keep those positions on for at least 12 months after the grant funding has subsided.
Yep. Another question.
Just a follow-up. Do we have to take all the officers they're offering, or can we take like one or two?
My understanding is the initial acceptance has to be for the entire grant amount, and then there could be a possibility of further modifications after that.
Okay.
Oh, Dave?
Chad, when can you, or when can economic analysis, of the, of the cost to the city and potential, tax increase or spending, be determined?
In regards to the grant or something else?
No, the 2/3, 600,000, the 1.2 that, the 1.2 that we're going to have to come up with as a city, for this. We'll get the grant, but the higher, it's going to be an additional $1.2 million for us that effect of, future. I'd like to see that, analysis. I certainly want to hire more officers, but, I think we'd be foolish to just move ahead without, understanding the implications for our city. Okay?
Sure.
With other things going on, will affect our decision making is all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you should look for information forthcoming with that direct referral that will explain the recommended process for the council to consider and what the financial implications would be. Yep.
Any other question for Chad? Oh, Gabriela.
Is there any update about the Fitchburg Star?
There is no update on the Fitchburg Star.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so next we move to item 7 in the agenda, new business. We have direct referrals. So Randy, can you start with the first one?
They're all finance. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Motion for approval of Resolution R-211-23, addendum to the 2023 Dane County contract.
Second.
All right. And Finance Committee approved.
Okay.
All right. The Fitchburg Senior Center receives Dane County funding for the case management nutrition services. The 2023 Dane County contract included $12,250 in funding for the My Meal, My Way nutrition program, which was piloted and discontinued in 2022. However, this additional funding resulted in the 2023 contracted amount being incorrect. So Dane County has submitted an addendum to the 2023 contract to reduce the funding by $12,250. So this resolution is seeking approval to reduce that 2023 contract by $12,250.
Any question, comment?
Is this a budget amendment and will require a 2/3 vote?
No, I don't believe revenue is being adjusted. It's changing. Misty can answer.
No, I don't have it in my.
Yeah. I don't think it's impacting revenue.
Yeah.
So.
Any other question? Okay, all those in favor of resolution R-211-23, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. So number 2.
All right. Motion to approve Resolution R-213-23, amending the 2023 general fund budget, police vehicle maintenance.
Second.
All right. The Finance Committee approved.
Okay.
And we had Chief Morales speak to this earlier, but I'll speak to it. The police vehicle maintenance budget has been entirely spent, likely due to the time the vehicles have remained in service due to the supply chain issue and the replacement vehicles. Unspent budget funds within the police gasoline account can be redirected to absorb the increase in vehicle maintenance cost. This resolution amends the 2023 general fund budget to redirect $10,000 of gasoline expenses to vehicle maintenance expenses.
Any question for Randy?
I presume this will require a 2/3 vote.
No, it's not revenue general affecting either.
Any question for Randy? No? All those in
Well,
favor?
I'd prefer a roll call on this anyway.
Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman. Aye. Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So next one, Randy.
All right. Motion to approve Resolution R-216-23, amending the 2023 general fund budget, fire vehicle maintenance.
Second.
And the Finance Committee approved. And we do have Chief Pulvermacher who is going to speak to this item. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Chief, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So we had some last minute maintenance issues with one of our vehicles, an engine. It incurred about a $5,000, a little bit more than that, expense. So we overspent the maintenance budget. We were able to address that through our communications budget. We are prioritizing funding certain programs into next year as a result of this overage. And yeah, it was just unexpected. Some significant mechanical issues presented. We were able to get it into the garage and we're able to address the issues. However, we need to be able to transfer funds from communications into maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Any question for the chief? No? Okay, all those in favor?
On this also.
Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado. Alder
Aye.
Strassman. Aye. Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Next, we move to the Commission and Committees report. So we are going to start with Plan Commission. Gabriela.
Yes, I will move approval of R-14923, resolution to discontinue and vacate the public way described as Blaney Road in its entirety in Section 14 T6N R9E of the City of Fitchburg, Dane County, Wisconsin, and pursuant to Section 66.1003 of the Wisconsin statutes.
Second.
Okay, so did Plan Commission approve?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
Yeah, so this is the existing Blaney Road is being discontinued because there's that whole Hartung development that's happening, and that will be rebuilt as that area develops. But the current road as it exists is going away. So that's the legal thing that needs to happen for that to go through.
Before we continue, we have a couple of people to register to speak. So we have Matthew Lee. He wishes to speak in support of the above matter. Where is Matthew Lee?
Only to answer questions on Council for Harshman Brothers. I have no prepared remarks, only questions from the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Brian Manson. He also wishes to speak in support.
Good evening. Again, Brian Munson. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council tonight. We're happy to be back tonight for the discontinuance on this item as well as the final plat for number 2 on the next up. For the next step of implementing the Hartung Fields project. This is the kind of next step along the way. As you might have noticed if you went by today, there is grading already started. So we're excited to be underway. This is just the technical piece to move into the next piece. And as mentioned, we've been in front of the Parks Commission as well as the Plan Commission and had good discussions with staff. We appreciate all the feedback along the way and happy to be here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And then Dan Day, your wish is also to speak in support, so you're together. So.
Yeah, good evening. Dan Day from D'Onofrio Kaki Associates. Same things Brian just said, so he summed it up pretty well. So answer any questions if you have them.
And then we have Jonathan Stevens from Sarah Investment. He's here to answer questions. Where is there? Okay. Okay, so any comments, questions? Okay, so all those in favor of resolution R-149-23 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. So next one.
Let me just pull it up. I move approval of Resolution R-16323, request by Dan Day, agent for Hartung Brothers, Inc., to approve a final plat to allow for the creation of 15 total parcels, including 9 buildable lots from 4 existing parcels on property associated with 2622 Blaney Road.
Second.
Okay, so did Plan Commission approve?
Yes.
Did Park Commission approve?
Parks approved.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the final plat request for that same development. And we Plan actually approved this back in August, but we needed to come back because there were some clarifications about stormwater and parkland that had to be. So we reapproved it at a last meeting. And essentially they're about to start building on about a third of the land that will eventually be developed, with the remaining 2/3 that will remain as outlets for the time being. And then the ones that are currently planned to be built are entirely residential facilities at this point in time.
Okay, so I have another member, resident, who wishes to speak in opposition of this. So David Haight. David.
David Haight, 5855 Woods Edge Road. So Hartung Fields is in McGaw Park neighborhood, which was added to the urban services boundary in 2010. It came with conditional approval. Conditions were enhanced stormwater performance standards that were applied throughout the amendment area. Those stormwater standards have not been met. The condition for approval in the city ordinance is that 2 things have to happen. One, it has to be compatible with the city comprehensive plan. In 2014, the neighborhood plan, which is an appendix to the city comprehensive plan, was amended to require compliance with those standards. Based on that, it's not eligible to be platted. Second of all, according to the decision document that was issued from the DNR to add the Northeast neighborhood to the urban service area, the Regional Planning Commission has no authority whatsoever over any aspect of the operation of the area water quality plan, which is the Dane County Water Quality Plan. That's the DNR's purview exclusively. It's my understanding, and I've seen a letter that was sent to the Plan Commission. If that letter was a material aspect of the Plan Commission vote affirmatively to recommend approval, that vote is defective, and the implication is that your votes cannot depend on what their research was. Now, how do I prove that here? Well, where's the attorney? Okay. Second of all, since these are DNR rules, I have Again, Northeast Neighborhood, Mr. Art Harrington. On 5 DNR committees, one of the best environmental lawyers in the state, saying those are DNR rules, including the conditions of the amendment. So, and they clearly relate. One relates clearly to wetlands. The city did a fantastic job doing an environmental analysis under then Mayor Jay Allen, and based on the city's input, the DNR determined that the minimal requirements that were to maintain water quality throughout the neighborhood were those restrictions and the restoration of the wetland. There is no ability of the Regional Planning Commission to change that. So the second condition in the city ordinance is compliance with all WDNR rules relating to wetlands. All of the rules in the conditional approval in that document are rules of the DNR relating to wetlands. So you have the requirement to comply with those enhanced performance standards throughout the amendment area 2 different ways. So based on that, it is not eligible for platting. And it's problematic that the city would accept a letter that was not sent to it purporting to exercise a power of approval that it does not have.
Your time is out.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, so we have Diana online. If you have additional questions, any question for the council about this resolution, comments? Diana, do you want to add anything else?
Yes, I certainly can. There is an October 3rd CARP-C letter stating compliance with CARP-C's resolution and Wisconsin DNR requirements. That's what I can speak to. My specialty is not stormwater, of course, but from what staff has seen in terms of my position as the city planner, that the proposed project is meeting the requirements of CARP-C and DNR.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, so
I have a question.
Okay.
Deanna, before you go away, didn't we? So the McGaw neighborhood plan calls for a 300-foot wetland buffer on the eastern side of this property. I presume that's being observed, although as I look at this map, it doesn't look like what they're requesting for right now comes very close to that at all. Is that correct?
Sure, I can speak to that. There's actually 2 different sections of farmland that were determined of wetland that we determined upon the actual delineation. The farmed wetland portion to the north under the comprehensive plan can have a shorter or a smaller setback. And then the higher quality wetlands to the south have a setback longer, sorry, it's getting late, than the 300 foot. So it's on average 300 foot, but it varies based on the quality of the wetlands per the delineation that was done.
do you have any other question?
Nope,
No?
that was
okay.
it.
Okay, so if there is no other question. What is it? Oh, Dave. Okay, I did. Dave.
Yeah. Are the developers still there? Because at Parks,
Yes.
I asked this specifically. If they could come up, I specifically asked them. I'm aware of Mr. Haith's concerns, and I told them that Mr. Haith is going to tell us that you are not in compliance with state regulations and what's needed, and they assured me that, yes, we are. And I would like, I would like their side on it. As you can tell, Mr. Haith is very, very knowledgeable in this area, but I specifically asked this question knowing that, Dave would raise these issues. I don't know if they're still there, if they would want to come up and speak, or
Yeah, they're
maybe
here.
they've ducked out already.
Okay, Dan, yes.
Thank you. Yes. This process for this neighborhood has followed the same process that I've done with many, many neighborhoods across Dane County. And we've gotten and received the approvals. I've done other work in this area also. We've received every approval and permits that are necessary for us to start construction from a stormwater erosion control standpoint. So we've gone through the DNR, we've gone through Capital Area Regional Plan Commission, we've gone through city staff, we've gone through county staff, we've got all of our permits in hand and ready to go. So, we are meeting, to my knowledge, every requirement from those perspectives that we need to be meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, so all those in favor of resolution R-163-23, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. So, okay, so next. Gabriela?
Yes, and the last one, I move approval of ordinance 2023-018, request by Edward Hoyt, agent for Hartung Brothers, Inc., to rezone properties from PDD GIP, Planned Development District General Implementation Plan, to PDD SIP, Planned Development District Specific Implementation Plan, to develop a multifamily property on the property associated with 2622 Blaney Road.
Second.
Did Plan Commission approve?
Yes.
So, Ned Hoyt is on the screen. Do you want to speak about this, Ned?
I can give a quick summary too.
I'm happy primarily to.
Okay.
Happy to
answer questions.
Happy to answer questions. We're just excited to be able to move forward with another quality multifamily building in Fitchburg. This is 169 sort of new units that we feel will be a quality addition to the area, starting out the Hartung Fields development from an actual construction perspective. And we're very excited to proceed and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. So, Gabriela, you have any?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 169 units. It's a 4 stories over 1 undergrad parking level. Brick facades with concrete, black balconies. Looks kind of similar to other buildings that they've done in the area. And there was some discussion about doing some more screening of the parking on Botanical Drive, which is one of the streets internal to the property. So that's being looked at. And yeah, my understanding is the construction is going to start in 2025. Is that true? March 1st, 2025. Do I have that wrong?
March 4th, 2024.
Oh,
So next
2024.
March.
I mistake. That's what I thought. Okay, I must have made a mistake. Yeah, March 1st, 2024. So it should be, yeah, but it should be done in 2025. Is that what it is?
We're hoping to be open and have our first occupants the 1st of June, 2025.
Great.
Okay, great. Okay.
Oh, and sorry, I do need to make an amendment.
Okay.
I'll move to amend to direct staff to include the legal description in the ordinance based on their research. On the exhibits, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
So can you explain this? What this is amendment for what?
Yeah, so I'll confirm the language here and for you, Aldo Gerhardt, to confirm you're comfortable with it. Direct staff to include the legal description in the ordinance based upon the exhibit provided. So we we needed a legal description in order to complete this rezone request, and that legal description arrived today.
Okay.
So we're able to, in consultation with our legal counsel, proceed, but she recommended we have this amendment.
Okay, so any other question, comments? Bill?
Yeah, well, mostly out of curiosity, but I've got a list of questions here. One of them, I guess just going through top to bottom, there's where Harvester Pass had been, that's being replaced with a shared use path that's designed as 8 feet wide. The bike and ped plan specifies a minimum of 10 feet wide. Is there a reason for the discrepancy?
Bill, in conversation with city staff, we have adjusted it to 10 feet, and we're also continuing to look at ways we could adjust it further with the approvals on Lot 7 and Lot 6 to potentially add in some additional landscaping and buffering. But the plan has been adjusted to make it consistently 10 feet, similar to the other paths within the broader Hartung Fields area.
Okay. I guess in reading through the documents, there's a bunch of zoning standards that, it says that you shall comply with certain things, and there's maximums and minimums specified. Is that normal? I mean, it just seems like, your maximum building height is 70 feet, maximum floor area ratio 1.86, off-street parking 1.4 per dwelling unit minimum, that kind of thing. Is that your choice, or is that being imposed on you? I'm not sure how. Some of these just seem like there's not a lot of wiggle room. Especially there's one that says currently conceived as roughly 70 units per acre, but then later on it says 70 units per acre has to be the maximum. Are all these conditions?
We can ask Diana. Diana, can you answer those questions?
Sure. So what is before you is a rezone to a planned development district. And sorry, I'm blurry. And what that means is we're setting this zone as its own set of requirements. So each one of our zoning districts have height requirements, setback requirements, very detailed standards. And so what's happening here is we're essentially creating a new zoning district for this project. So it is standard practice to have very specific standards for a planned development district, similar to what the standards you would find in our regular zoning district.
Any other comments? No? Okay, so now we need to approve the ordinance with the amendment first. So all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the amendment carries. And now we need to amend the motion we need to move the motion as amended. Huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. We need to vote in the motion as amended. So, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ordinance carry. So, thank you. So, next we move to the
Thank you
Board
all.
of
Have a good
Public.
evening.
Okay, thank you. So, next we move to the Board of Public Works with the first resolution.
I'll move approval of Resolution R 199-23, approving contract with Helm Services for the library chiller replacement.
Second.
Public Works approved.
Finance Committee approved.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, any comments, questions? What is this about, David?
Well, this was kind of this has been a three-part process. We hired Strand initially to design a replacement. Then we have a contractor another separate contract to basically manage the installation, and Helm Services are being contracted to install the new equipment. I'll add, we're waiting till spring. We're past the air conditioning season, but there is if it fails during the winter, everyone needs to be aware we have a contingency plan to heat the library, but it would not be open during that time if it fails. This is over 300,000. The total project by the time we're done with everything is over 600,000 to replace these HVAC chiller system. Tim, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
I do not have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Jay?
So a according to the contract, this work is supposed to be completed on or before June 3rd of next year. Does that mean that they actually, because I know that we were waiting for the chiller to come in, so are they guaranteed that they're actually going to have it and be able to meet that deadline?
I don't know that, Jay. Maybe Tim can weigh in, or Chad.
Yes, right now the chiller's expected to be shipped and delivered beginning of March of this year, and then Helm would start install end of March, beginning of April. So June is very feasible to have it completed by.
Are confident that it's going to be installed correctly this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other comment, questions? Okay, all those in favor of resolution R-199-23, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. So next one.
Next, move approval of ordinance 2023-021, amending Chapter 68, Article 3, Division 4, speed limits, amending 68-181-13, and deleting Section 68-182-4, reducing speed limits on East Sherrill Parkway.
Second.
This was postponed from October 24th.
Okay, did Public Works approve this ordinance?
Well, kind of. Public Works endorsed the 30 mile an hour speed limit for the entirety of East Sherrill, and also some restrictions on parking in a certain section to improve the sight lines from cars entering. Bill, does that reflect accurately?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay, and did TTC approve?
TTC approved.
What did you approve?
The original.
The original. Okay, so we have two. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify, Alder Herbst, when you say the entirety of East Sherrill, that we are talking between Fish Hatchery Road and Lacey Road to the east, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct, Chad.
Just for the record, I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same
Yes,
section.
thank you for
That's not what was originally in the ordinance, though.
No, that one was the Board of Public Works. Okay, so how we're going to do that? Can you explain this, or Tim, will you explain this, or change of ordinance?
No.
Yes, the Board of Public Works, it was from Fish Hatchery Road east to Lacey Road, a reduction to 30 miles per hour. And then the original ordinance was from Fahey Circle east to Lacey at 25 miles per hour.
Okay, before we move to the council question and comments, I have a person that wishes to speak in opposition of this. Katie Selner. Katie. Yes.
Hi. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. My name is Katie Selner, and I live at 51829 Bark Drive in the heart of the Swan Creek neighborhood. I'm a retired City of Madison transit planner. I've lived in Swan Creek for over 10 years. I walk the neighborhood daily and used to walk dogs part-time throughout the neighborhood as well. I was also a residential member of the Scion Road Design Committee several years ago and have a vested interest in our neighborhood. I'm here today to voice my disapproval over the proposed ordinance change to lower the speed limit on East Sherrill Parkway from 35 miles an hour. First, there seems to be no solid documentable reasons for making the change. The proposal states that, quote, visibility for residents to enter the street as well as pedestrian usage has created some dangerous situations, end quote. This claim is unsupported. Crash data provided by the City of Fitchburg for the past 5 years shows that of only 11 crashes that occurred in that stretch of road, only one was reported as a type C injury, the least serious type of related crash, and happened in a work zone at the South Scion intersection this past July. Plus, in the last 5 years, only one reported crash involved excessive speed, a rear-end collision caused by speed and following too closely. As you all know, there has been construction going on over the past year or so in the South Saline, East Sherrill, Lacey Road areas. Because of this, it is hard to get an accurate picture of traffic patterns and normal usage with road closures, detours, etc. If the alders proposing this still feel that it's an issue, perhaps waiting until the bulk of the South Saline road work is done is a worthy option. As of this morning, traffic signals are not yet operational at East Sherrill and Saline or at Lacey and Saline. The addition of stoplights should have the effect of slowing traffic down and creating more gaps in traffic for vehicles entering East Sherrill Parkway, as well as safer pedestrian crossings across East Sherrill Parkway. Also, lowering the speed limit is not effective if there is little to no enforcement. Simply changing a speed limit sign is pointless if there are no resources to make sure folks are complying. The Fitchburg PD simply does not have the resources to enforce the speed limits on a consistent basis. As you know, I live on Ninebark Drive and have been a regular witness to lack of enforcement when speeding traffic detoured for months past my house this summer. Plus, keep in mind, East Sherrill Parkway at the current 35 miles an hour is similar to other speed limits currently that are on South Saline, Lacey, and Fish Hatchery. Fish Hatchery is 40, but the others are 35. This would keep a more consistent approach to speed limits on roads that are considered less residential. I do have some suggestions. I agree with extending the restriction of parking on East Sherrill at the South Gardens Way intersection as suggested by Fitchburg transportation engineers to improve the sight lines at that intersection. That is a simple, inexpensive, and common sense solution that can be done. Other suggestions I have would be to add an electronic speed limit sign at the east end of East Sherrill. Also, if folks are concerned about pedestrian traffic crossing East Sherrill, consider installing one of the RFFB, the passenger crosswalk beacons, crossing signal at Crinkleroot. They have them on West Wash and Madison. They work well. I attended last week's public safety meeting and was told that a crosswalk beacon was not being considered. I don't know why, it just wasn't being considered. Perhaps it should be if the proposal states as the supposed additional traffic is causing unsafe situations. These additions would create more safety for pedestrians. To me, the proposal of changing the speed limit is a solution in search of a problem. There are other options to try first, like I mentioned, to wait and see how the additional traffic signals, their impact on traffic patterns, wait for more of the road work to be done, to see what the road looks like when it's not being detoured or under construction. Try some other type of traffic calming ideas. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we received an email from Dan Burnett from Swan Creek that he is strongly opposed to this change. And then we have Steve Arnold, who wishes to speak in support or in...
Steve Arnold, 2530 Targhee Street. I'm in support of the original. I believe that slower speeds are our destiny there. We do need to accompany them by design changes. But I do support the 25 mile an hour east of Fahey Glen. If there is a concern in the staff memo about having a decrease from 35 to 25 at the Fahey Glen roundabout, I'd be very sympathetic to the reduction to 30 from Fish Hatchery Road to Fahey Glen. But I do believe the slower speeds are better for safety, and I think that Ninebark should be 20 miles an hour. So that's going to be a theme in the future, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, so now I open the discussion to the council members. Who is first? Oh, Dave. Okay.
At Board of Public Works, three of the four, we debated 35 or 30. We were really comfortable with either one, but what it came down to was, now we're going to have a light there. And you know how it is with yellow lights, people speeding up to go through. We felt that having it at 30 would make the intersection, safer. And the other thing was, we don't want inconsistent speeds on the street. We felt that it made more sense to have one speed limit on there. The road, if you drive it, it works exactly as planned with the curves. It keeps your speed down. It's hard to, you can't, unless you have a sports car, going over 35 is very uncomfortable. So that's why we settled on the 30, kind of the intersection with now having lights there is kind of what pushed us over that threshold, or down to that threshold.
Thank you. I have a question for Jay, Gabriela. Who requested this change of ordinance? It was neighbors?
Yeah, for about 6 years.
And where are the neighbors here?
Well,
okay, neighbors. Okay.
For about 6 years, I've had residents of the neighborhood who have been talking about the need to lower the speed limit on this road. And it goes way back to before the construction began. It's been an ongoing thing that happens. I mean, every time I go to a neighborhood meeting, I get questions about it. So it seemed that this was a good time to change the speed limit. Now that we have the reconstruction project's been happening. The traffic light is a long way from where the conflicts are happening that residents have been talking to me about. So as I view it, this section of this road from, not necessarily from the roundabout, it's actually probably starts at Hollyhock is where the conflicts are happening. But because the roundabout is a much more natural place to have a change in speed limit than a uncontrolled intersection in the middle of a stretch of road, it just seemed like this was something that made sense. I think Dave's correct that when you come off the roundabout headed east, the winding nature of the road at that point makes it very impractical to go at 35 miles an hour anyway. But as you get further into the residential section of the neighborhood, it's pretty much a straight line with a little bit of an angle in it, like a boomerang, as you get closer to Sain Road. So the character of this street is a residential street. It's not like Sain Road. It's not like Lacey Road. This is a residential street. And it should be treated like any other residential street in the city of Fitchburg. I can list a whole bunch of them. Brendan Avenue is one that has residential a residential component right near McKee Farms Park. You can drive through almost any. I mean, the 25 miles an hour is our standard residential speed limit. And as this neighborhood has grown and as the traffic has changed, especially with the addition of the Quick Trip, which is going to be generating more traffic on that street, I think we should recognize that conditions have changed and the way it had been is no longer working.
I have another question. What does our staff recommend? What is the position of our team? Can you speak?
Yes, so the memo that Ross, our transportation engineer, had provided was a reduction to 30 miles per hour was the recommendation. And there was kind of two options. We could reduce it from Fish Hatchery Road east to Lacey to 30 miles per hour, or we can do the original location from Fahey Glen east to Lacey, reduce that to 30 miles per hour, and then at a later date, look at extending that to Fish Hatchery Road.
Thank you. Randy and then Shannon.
I have a question, maybe to Jay and to Gabriella. What makes this different than this? For instance, I'm working with the residents on Osmondson regarding traffic calming. Is it because Osmondson's already 25 and this portion of East Sherrill is not, and you're reducing? I mean, why would you not go through the process like what we're going through, that process as well? What's...
Well, right now the process is currently in the process of being revised. So it's kind of struck me as odd, the opposition to lowering a speed limit, and it's struck me as odd, particularly on this street, because this is a residential street. So, yeah, I think you're right. Osmondson was already 25 miles an hour. And if a proposal came in to lower it to 15, I mean, that probably wouldn't go very far. Because our standard speed limit in residential neighborhoods is 25 miles an hour. So, in a way, this is creating more consistency within the rest of the city as far as what kind of speed limit we would expect on this type of road. If you look at, we have like 5 little sections of streets in the city that are at 30 miles an hour. That's not a common speed limit for Fitchburg. There's one piece on Nesbitt Road, which is not a residential piece. Most of the pieces that are already at 30 miles an hour, except for the one piece of East Sherrill that I'm proposing, are not residential streets. This is a residential street. There's buildings right up to the street, at least up to the city right of way. So it seems to me, just for consistency, so that people know what to expect. East Sherrill often has a lot of cars parked on it, I'm not necessarily opposed to the sightline changes that are being proposed here, but I don't understand why there's opposition to this, because this is just it's about a mile of a residential street to change it from 35 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour. It seems to me to be a no-brainer, so I'm just confused by the whole opposition.
No, I'm saying opposition. I'm going to follow up with.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just curious about the process, and I know there have been at least what I'll speak to the residents of Osmondson. There's been a lot of, for years there has been frustration. That's all, and so we're following the process, whatever that process may end up. I mean, at some point, some radar signal boards, or there's all kinds of traffic calming that we just haven't gotten there yet. I'm just trying to understand the difference between the two. But you did mention that it's a residential, and that I can accept. So,
Shannon.
Okay, so I walk that at least like 3 times a week. I'm a pedestrian, and I haven't seen any problems with it being 35. It does not need to go down to 25 miles an hour. There is a smaller section, yes, that is residential, but there is a huge park on the right side. If you're going towards, the Quick Trip and those, there's a huge park. There's apartment buildings. It's not like there's houses that are butting up. Yes, there are one little section of row houses where there is a lot of parking. But it's not unsafe. I think we are trying to fix something that is not broken. And I'll vote no.
Jim, and then Bill.
Yeah, I haven't made up my mind about this yet, but my only concern is then what expectations are the residents going to want? I mean, how many meetings have we been to where people complain about speed, and now all of a sudden it's going to be down to 25, which if you drive through Madison, all the places that they changed to 25, I don't see anybody going to 25. And, like the speaker spoke, the citizen spoke, are we then going to get the chief, going to get a lot of complaints like now we need officers there to regulate or enforce speed limits. So, I just think if we're going to do this, then we need to let the residents know that, it can be, every time somebody see a speeding car, well, I want police there to monitor, because I think we're setting up expectations that can't be fulfilled.
Bill. Thank you, Jim.
I'll just reiterate a couple of points I made during our Public Works meeting. The report, the memorandum that's included in the packet, includes the verbiage that says lowering speed. Okay, so the 50th percentile speed on that street is 32. And it says lowering speed limits too far below the 50th percentile can cause an increase in severity of rear-end collisions with some vehicles following the lower posted speed limit and others driving at the speed they are comfortable. A crash with a speed differential of 10 miles per hour has about 20 times greater injury severity than a speed differential of 5 miles per hour. So that's the argument for 30 rather than 25. But that same memorandum says that pedestrian and bicycle activity on that road is high. I don't know any pedestrians or bikers that are going at 30 miles per hour. So, the speed differential, I would hope everybody can agree, is a far bigger deal for pedestrians and bicyclists than it is for rear-ending a car. And, as Shannon just pointed out, this road does separate residents from the park they want to go to. And so if we have a higher speed on that street, that makes it that much more dangerous to cross. And I do run through there on a regular basis, and, cars, I cross at the crosswalk. Cars sometimes allow me to do that, and sometimes they don't. And some cars are following the speed limit, and some are obviously going much faster.
Like in Semino Highway.
Sure. So those are my comments. I'm in favor of this slower speed limit.
I have a question, because I drive every day to go to work through the neighborhood. I work close to Todd Drive, and I use Post Drive and Grandview through Arbor Hill neighborhood. And that one is Madison. And the speed limit in that neighborhood is 30 miles per hour, and you have houses. It's a neighborhood, So this is what I say. I don't know if the city of Madison has different, criteria, requirement in neighborhood, but this is a very transit, road. And because I was paying attention to that now, and I thought it was a 25, and then it's 30. So I said, wow. So I don't know, and there is a lot of kids, people walking, the dog, bicycle, you name it, and so I don't know. So that one it caught my attention. That's it. That is 30 miles. Shannon.
So,
and then Gabriela.
I was always under the understanding too, when we changed a speed limit, or we thought something needed to be changed as far as like a speed limit in a neighborhood, that I've been told we need to do a traffic study, or, other than just hearing neighbors complain. Don't we need a little evidence to support maybe the change in speed limit?
Gabriela, and then Jay.
So I do drive through this neighborhood quite a lot, and when I co-sponsored him at Alder Allen's suggestion, it was just because I thought that was kind of a general consensus amongst the neighbors, just because it truly is, that one section is truly very residential, and it's quite narrow as well. I don't feel comfortable driving 35 on that stretch. I typically go 25 just because I figured that kind of was what it should be, which is why this made sense. It's interesting to read the staff memo from Ross about the rationale behind making it 30 miles per hour along the whole stretch from Fish Hatchery to Lacey, rather than just carving out that one specific, or changing it along that length, I guess. And so, it's traffic calming is interesting, right? Because it's like speed limits matter, but ultimately the design of the road is what makes people go slowly, and not necessarily the posted sign speed limit. And I do think that road, because it naturally narrows, does kind of drive people to go a little bit slower. I think 35 is too fast, I guess is what I'm saying. I think the design of the road pushes people lower, which is a good thing. But I don't know. I do think it should be lower. I think it's strange to have 35 with this type of urban design. But if staff is recommending 30 miles per hour and is saying that matches what, I'm inclined to, somewhat defer to staff, but also want to, I don't know, there's disagreement amongst the council, so I guess I'm not 100% certain what to do, but I do think we should lower it at least to 30, is what I would say tonight.
Jay.
Well, there's a bunch of things to address here. One of them is, one of the things that happens at the roundabout is if you are east of the roundabout, it's essentially a boulevard. So it's a divided road and it's narrower as a result. On the other side, and I wasn't really dealing with the other side because that's not a residential section. It's a business section. It's a Grace, it's Promega and all of its affiliated things. I do have concerns about how traffic works there when we have events at the Agora, because there's people parking on both sides trying to cross that street, and I think that I've seen that create some dangerous situations when I've gone to the farmers market. So, but that wasn't the immediate need I was addressing. I was addressing the concerns that I hear from residents, which is, and there's been so many who have told me this should have been 25 when it was built. Well, when it was built, we had other things going on with the DOT as to how the configuration of the interchange was going to be, and that didn't end up coming out the way we expected. So there's a lot of things that are different, and the character of this road has changed quite a bit. To address what you were asking about, Shannon, the main thing I was looking at here was consistency. It should be consistent with our other residential neighborhoods. We don't have 35-mile-an-hour speed limits in residential neighborhoods because everybody agrees that it's too fast. And yes, there's a park there, and we don't have 35-mile-an-hour speed limits next to parks. That's just not how we do it.
It depends where you are.
Well,
it depends where you are.
Okay.
What in Fitchburg, what we've been doing is we say when you're in a residential neighborhood and when you're around a park, we're going to make the speed limit 25. And this just seems like the natural thing to do here because that's what we do everywhere else in the city.
Okay, so I have another person that he wishes to speak, Paul. I don't know, you're going to speak in favor or in opposition?
Well, I'll just give you some information.
Okay.
I live on Irish Lane. Jay?
Yep.
On the corner of Sain and Irish Lane.
Yes, I know where you live.
Okay, you call that residential? With all those houses right there?
That's a rural area in the city.
Is that residential?
That
ain't open country.
It's rural. It's rural residential.
We shouldn't interact like that. So, Paul, make your comments and then.
That right there was 45 miles an hour a long time ago. You dropped it to 35. And we all laugh in the summertime when we watch the Autobahn going by. Hey, did 35 help? They actually went slower at 45.
Well,
so even if you change that speed limit on Sherrill and all the other streets, people are still going to drive what they want. They are not, Jay, if I had a thing on everybody speeds. You guys don't all follow the speed limits. I don't. Thanks to Fitchburg, I can tell you how. But it says 35, and I go 35 through my area because of the kids. It may be rural, but it's a residential area. Yeah. There's kids running back and forth on that damn street. Mm-hmm. But I drive on all the streets in Fitchburg front there because I like to see what's being built and stuff. I don't think Fitchburg should drop, the city council should drop that speed limit. Unless you can tell me that there's tons of people getting smucked and hit and run over. It's been that way for years. And now you want to change it. So I don't see it. Whoever's complaining, I complain about Irish Lane all the time. but I complain, but they ain't gonna get nothing done, but I just like to tell people what I think, so, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So we have another member, resident, who wishes to speak in opposition. So Patrick Cheney.
Hello. I spoke about Public Works on this, but I agree with all of the excellent points that Katie Sullivan said about this. This is not a residential street. This is a commercial business thoroughfare. The easiest thing to do here is just address the specific problem, which is to stripe the curb another 50 feet farther to the west for the eastbound traffic that is approaching Garden Way. That's the only problem here. Leave the rest of it alone.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, so we have a long night because we need to go to the budget.
I understand.
So I think we need to wrap up this.
Well, since you have allowed more comments to happen, I want to address the last one by Patrick.
Okay.
There is no definition of the phrase commercial business thoroughfare that could be applied to this section of East Sherrill Parkway. It is not commercial in any way. There's not a single business except for the Quick Trip in that entire stretch that I'm proposing. It is all residential.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Any other comment, questions? Okay, so we need to vote, and I will ask roll call for this, but I want to know what we're going to vote. Is we're going to vote the...
What's before you is 30 miles an hour for the entire street with the restricted or the curb marking near the apartments. That's what you have before you. Or that's what Board of Public Works.
I think, you have that from Board of Public Works, and then you have as proposed from TTC.
So I have two,
So really the council needs to decide if they're going to vote on one of those two or further amend.
Someone need to put an amendment.
That was my clarifying question. Are we accepting are we amending the TTC one, or are we looking at the Public Works one?
Well, the motion that was made was not as amended by Public Works.
Okay.
The motion that was made
Is the original.
was the original ordinance that I drafted.
That's what I thought.
So if someone wants to go through 30, we need an amendment.
I'll make an amendment to take the amendment given by Board of Public Works.
Okay, so I need a second.
Second.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the table. So we need to vote for this, so I will ask roll call for this.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen?
No.
Alder Gerhart?
Pass. No. That's it.
Alder
Come
Hurt?
on, vote. Keith, aye.
Alder Jetzer?
No.
Alder Maldonado?
Aye.
Alder Strassman?
No.
Alder Udell?
Aye.
Alder Wheeler?
Aye.
Alder Gerhart?
Aye.
Okay, so the amendment passed. So what we have on the table is the ordinance with the amendment to reduce the speed to 30 miles per hour from Fish Hatchery to Lacey Road. Okay, so now we need to...
Just as a point of clarification, is that including backing up the vision triangles at South Gardens Way?
That was included in the recommendation from staff, so I think that it's safe to say that council supports that based on what I've seen. So yes, I would include that.
So now we need to approve the motion as amended. So I need someone to move it.
It's already been moved.
Oh, it's already okay, so we should do roll call again.
This is on the main motion as amended.
Yes, the main motion as amended.
Alder Allen?
Aye.
Alder Gerhart?
Aye.
Alder Herbst?
Aye.
Alder Jetzer?
Aye.
Alder Maldonado?
Aye.
Alder Strassman,
No.
Alder Udell,
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
So the motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so next we move to report from commissions. So we go to park. If we want to do it fast, I will appreciate.
The only thing, we looked at the Hartung property, and we have to have further discussion about a stormwater pond and possible fence or bushes. We'll schedule Parks is going to schedule something to talk with Scott and maybe Chad about a particular park.
Okay,
That's all I have.
David, we are working internally on that, so something is coming soon, okay? Okay?
Thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Okay, library board.
Next meeting is tomorrow, 5:30 at the public
Okay.
library.
Thank you. Commission of Aging Well. Jay.
I was not able to make that meeting, but there was discussion about a couple of internal policies, so they're still in process.
Okay, thank you. RCC.
We met last night. 2 quick notes. We continued discussing the drop-off site and got more information about other drop-off sites in the area comparison for us. So we're going to continue that discussion if we want to make changes next year with the Pelletary contract. And the other thing is we're going to have holiday string light recycling in City Hall, in the vestibule of City Hall.
Interesting. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. TTC.
We did not have a meeting in November. We will have one in December.
Okay. SIDA.
No meeting other than we attended the business appreciation, which you spoke, the governor spoke, and acknowledged 40 years.
40 years, yeah.
Yeah, it was a good event. It was.
Thank you, Randy and Joe, for coming. Yeah. Ag and Rural Affairs Committee.
I've already. No, we've met, and I spoke to that at the last council meeting, so we meet later in the month.
Okay, thank you. Bicycle Committee.
No report.
EMS Commission.
Next meeting is Thursday, November 16th at 7 p.m.
Okay. Healthy Neighborhood.
We haven't met.
Yeah, they met. Yeah, they met. They have the meeting was with.
Oh, they did. I was at that meeting. Gosh, I forgot. I've had so many things happening the last couple of weeks. Yeah, we continued to get reports from the organizations that have received funding in the past, and there's some really. If you haven't had a chance to watch the last 2 meetings, you really should, because there's really, really good information that's actually relevant to one of our budget amendments tonight. About what those organizations are doing in those neighborhoods, and it's been pretty impressive the amount of data we've gotten from them.
Okay, thank you. Housing Advisory Committee.
We next meet in December.
Okay, thank you. Landmark Preservation Commission.
We have not met.
Tree Committee.
We don't meet.
January, yes. And now we have a report from the Police Facility Oversight Committee.
Yes, there will be a public meeting on November 27th from 5:30 to 7 o'clock at the Wyndham Garden Hotel, 2969 Cahill, Maine. And then after that, meeting from 7 to 8, the committee's going to meet.
Okay, question, Gabriela?
How is that meeting being advertised? Or does someone know?
There's been a variety of ways with the chief, Paul Woodard, things going out on the website and trying to get a hold of neighborhood associations also.
Oh, so we're contacting the neighborhood associations directly? Great. And was there a Notify Me that went out about it?
I think, yes, it was.
Okay. Thanks.
Are we planning to do one, or there is only one meeting?
That's just when the next one's scheduled so far.
Are we not trying to meet in other parts of the city?
Well, I don't have that information.
Okay.
Chief, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, we spoke with you, Mayor, that that's not my agenda to come up. Mayor, we spoke about that before us having a meeting, and we decided after talking with you that we're going to do one meeting. I spoke with you at one of our one-on-ones, Paul, in talking with Paul Woodard. We're going to advertise this one as much as possible. So we did get out there under the understanding that we're going to do one. We are advertising it to every site that we can possible. It is on the Fitchburg Star. It's on the on our website. We got it next door application. I also forward this information so that Mayor, you can get it out to your contacts. I think you said you got over 1,000 contacts, and I will forward it to all of, if I didn't already, I'll forward it to the council so that you can forward it to your contact list so you can get it out to your constituents. But anybody we can, if you want, we can forward you the information to get it out there.
Yeah, so that one is important that you can send this to your list, you know what I mean, of, your neighbors, you are in some, on your Facebook posts, the more people, the better, okay? So, okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, any other thing? No. Okay, so next we move to the standing committees report, and we are going to start with finance. Randy?
All right, finance. Motion to approve resolution R-194-23, change order phase 2, meeting rooms AV updates. And the finance committee approved, and we do have Jeremy with us this evening that will speak to this resolution.
Oh, I need a second.
Second.
I'll make it.
Sure.
Now. You ready?
We did advertise that
Okay.
on Fact TV too, the police commission meeting coming up too. So we got that out there for you. This is on the payment of phase 2 of the meeting room AV projects, the work in mini ceiling and the council chambers. I made 2 mistakes here though, that I put this forward without following the procedures on a change order. So the work was done ahead of the change order or submitting the change order paperwork. Also getting this contract signed. We use an on-base system to get the contract signed. I hadn't done a contract signing in a while, so I actually had our mayor sign this as well. At the time, we weren't actually moving any funds at the moment, but made the change order. Either way, overall, I made the mistake of doing one before the other, met with the finance director and working on making sure that I don't make this mistake again, and more importantly, do better on making sure I understand the process there. But either way, project is completed, and you guys can see that by sitting in there right now. So this is just the final payment for phase 2.
Jeremy, we forgive you. So, so any question?
Are we voting on forgiving Jeremy?
Yes.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Mark that for the first.
I'd like to amend to forgive and not forget.
All those in favor of resolution R-194-23 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Next one, Randy.
All right. I move to approve resolution R-203-23, approval to purchase replacement firefighting turnout gear.
Second.
And the finance committee did approve.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
Okay, well, the chief is on.
The chief is here to speak to this. Mm-hmm.
I am, and I've already forgiven Jeremy too.
Okay.
So the thing that I've got before you today is the request for the approval of the purchase of turnout gear. This is an annual purchase. We typically do this in 2 steps. We purchase half of the turnout gear at the beginning of the year. We don't purchase it all in the event that we have a significant incident where turnout gear gets ruined and we have to replace it. We're far enough now into the year to the point where we can confidently get the remaining portion of our firefighters fitted and purchase that gear. This is all on one line item, and we have enough money in the budget for this purchase.
Okay, any questions for the chief? No? Okay. All those in favor of resolution R-203-23 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, sorry. The motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
So next, Personnel Committee.
We are meeting next on December 5th. It's going to be a pretty big meeting, assuming that this budget passes tonight. We've got a lot of new personnel things that will need to be approved for next year. So December 5th. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Public Safety.
This agenda item is postponed to our next meeting. The person wasn't there, and we're giving him 2 weeks to come to the next meeting.
Second.
All those in favor of postponing this, what is this, a resolution or a license? Say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, so next we move to the fun part. Okay. Number 10, unfinished business, and it started with the budget process. So Misty and Valerie are here. Thank you, lady, for being here tonight. Misty is going to explain the process. Valerie is going to keep us on track. Okay, Misty.
I was just getting a motion on the resolution first.
Oh, yes, I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
I'll move resolution R.
No, it has to be done by Randy.
It has to be done by Randy under ordinance.
It has to be? Oh, my
Before
God.
He has power.
All right. I move approval, Resolution R-188-23, adopting special rules for 2024 budget adoption.
Second.
Then I'd like to take it away, if that's okay. Yep. So both this resolution and the next one, which is where we actually are doing the budget itself, the finance chair is the one that's supposed to introduce the process and then go through it that way. So included in the packet attached to this particular resolution, the second page is the snip from the ordinances that talks about what I'll call our traditional process for what we're going to do tonight. And then the first page was kind of the additional process that we'll go through. So first on the traditional process, we'll end up going through the amendments one by one. You are welcome to make amendments to the amendments, but you can't identify any new ideas off of the floor. So only things that were included in those amendments can be considered tonight as changes to the mayor's proposal for the budget. And that's because we want to make sure that all of those changes are vetted, not just by staff so we all understand, but also by the public and all of you, so that you know what you're deciding on tonight before we have these big decisions. So when we're talking about the amendments tonight, you can only speak twice per amendment, and that includes amendments to the amendment. So for the first one, if you speak once and then somebody amends the amendment and you speak a second time, those are your 2 times for that entire amendment. And then it's a total of 5 minutes that we can speak per amendment. Council can choose to extend that to 10 minutes if you would like to, and then we can do additional extensions on that. But it is a separate vote that has to be taken for each extension. So the intention is, you did a great job discussing this at the committee of the whole meeting. Hopefully you got a lot of your questions and answers out there so that you can tonight really just come and make your decisions on what should and should not be included in your view. So then we'll go through all of those one by one, including omnibus. At that point, we'll take a short recess. Tracy and I will confer and make sure that we agree on kind of what was decided. I can run the numbers and see where we're sitting. If at that point that budget meets levy limits and all of you are happy with the votes, we can move on to the closing statements and be done. However, if you would like to reconsider any of your votes on any of the amendments, we would have that opportunity. And that's the first page of the process for this amendment that we're currently talked about. So generally under Robert's rules, you'd have to wait a meeting before you could reconsider stuff. We're going to lay out for everybody now that we're going to reconsider amendments possibly tonight. How we'll do it is it doesn't have to be the person that sponsored the amendment that wants to reconsider it. So if Shannon wants to reconsider Jim's amendment, that is fine. The mayor will collect all of the ones that you want to reconsider on a list. And then once we have all of those on a list, we'll go through them in amendment number order. Once we go through that reconsideration process, you can only speak one time, because in theory you've done that now already. And then it's a total of 5 minutes, and you can extend it again upon vote. So we'll go through the ones that were on the list of ones you wanted to reconsider, may take another recess, make sure we are meeting levy limits, all of that. And then council, you guys can choose again if you want to go through that process again. And we can just keep doing that as many times as you want, though I would encourage you to, stay succinct, of course. Once we have a budget that meets levy limits and you're happy with, there is an opportunity for closing statements. So you each can make your closing statements on what you voted on and why as part of the overall budget. And then we will adopt the resolution, which adopts the budget as well as sets the property tax levy for the tax bills that'll be going out next month. So very kind of rigid process, but that is outlined in ordinances. And then hopefully based on what you guys will adopt now, the secondary process is just as recommended at this point. You guys are welcome to make any changes to that secondary process if you would like to now before you approve it. I think that's it.
Gabriela.
Can I just clarify one thing? So I think it said in the special rules that making motions and seconding do not count as time speaking. So if someone was to make a motion to amend, if it was just the motion to amend, that would not count as one of the times?
Correct.
Okay.
Just if you want to speak about it,
Great.
would count.
Just want to clarify. Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, so all those in favor of resolution R-188-23?
I don't request a roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. This is on adopting the special rules.
No, the special rules.
Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So, next one, Randy.
All right. I move to approve Resolution R-187-23, adopting the 2024 annual city operating budget.
Second.
So now we are going through the amendments, isn't it? And then we're going to vote at the end, okay? The whole budget.
I have a motion to make for the amendments. I'd like to move amendment number 1 after number 8, and I'd like to move amendment number 2 after number 6.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of amending number 1 to, what is it? To after?
Yeah, moving number 1 after number 8, and moving number
After
2 after number 6.
And number 2 after 6, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. So and now, that's it. So we start. So,
Dave, did you vote no on that?
no, I say yes.
Oh, I voted aye.
Thank you.
So now we start, so with number 2. Oh, 3? Okay, who submitted number 3?
I would move,
Okay,
so I'd move approval of amendment number 3 to remove the funding for the free e-bike passes. This is a recreational activity. Mayor, you state that this is for equity. Really, probably only 15% of residents in the city ride bike. And so who is it equitable? My solution to this, if you want to keep this, I would ask Bike Fitchburg possibly to come up with the funding, or if alders are in favor of it, maybe they could donate their salaries. I can't because I accept no salary right now. That's all I'm going to say.
okay, thank you. Okay, so anyone want to speak about this? Oh, the second, I need a second.
Second.
A second by Shannon, okay? Okay. Anyone? Bill, the first one.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I made the point earlier. B-cycle is a means of transportation. This is allowing people to get from A to B without needing a car, without needing to wait for a bus to come around. We're talking about $2,500. This is a pittance, and it's small dollars with a big impact for people who need to get somewhere, and this can be the best viable option for that.
Joe.
I mentioned this in the hearing, but two things. I think one, the promotional aspect of this is important. So putting funds to be able to obviously assist folks that need it, but also the greater promotion of cyclists, B-cycles. The other thing I just want to add is there has been a pretty big, tremendous support from the business community on this, as well as writing of grants to be able to fund this program. So, I mean, I just think there's been a lot of outside support to be able to put into this project. So, I mean, I think this is a minimal investment that will make an impact.
Any other comment?
Dave has his hand
Oh,
up.
Dave, okay.
What I would say is it's mostly recreational. I see the people out on the e-bikes. They're out on the Capitol State Trail or the trail on the McFarland on Saturdays, and they go to Barriques and have breakfast, and then they go on the bikes. And transportation, you take the bike, you got to bring it back. So I don't see it. I'm not opposed to e-bikes. I don't think we have to advertise them. People see them everywhere, and I'm not buying this equity stuff. That's all.
Okay, thank you for your feedback. Okay, who else? No? Okay. So we are ready to vote? Okay, let's do the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
There's food being distributed in front of me. All right. I'm going to say no.
Alder Gerhart.
No.
Alder Herps.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
No.
Alder Maldonado.
Nay.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
No.
Motion failed, 5-3.
Okay. The motion failed. Okay. Number 4.
I'll move approval amendment number 4, removing increased funding for the HMI grants, freeze to the 2023 level. And do we need a motion, or can I speak first? Or a second, or do I?
Yeah, we need a second first.
Yeah.
Second.
Who's second? Oh, okay.
Thank you. I would like to provide a little context here. This got started originally, we were funding the Boys and Girls Club. We were giving them money, and former Alder Carol Poole asked for an audit, and they could not provide any. We had no idea what the money was being used for. I believe it was being used for good things, but they could provide no accountability. So we set up this system to ask, nonprofits to provide services. I'm not saying these are not needed and not necessary, not at all, but this is not a city function, to provide these. This can be done. Many people, former Alder Maldonado used to work for United Way. People that live in Fitchburg like myself that can contribute to United Way can specify their contributions. We could bring United Way in and talk to them about what's needed in our neighborhood. This is not a city function. Previously, Alder Gerhard said, well, we're providing services. That is a city function. We can't just make up what we decide is a service. I'm not saying this isn't needed. It absolutely is. But we should not be playing Robin Hood, taking from the taxpayers and deciding how we're going to distribute this. That is all.
Joe.
Sure. I won't spend too much time on this, but I just asked for consistency here because I've heard a lot of emails and a lot of discussions about the function of city government, and we do provide services. We have a library, we have a senior center, we fund those, and I would never advocate for cutting any of those, but these are programs that have been ongoing, and at some point they were unpopular, and the council decided to make the decision to invest in people, and we do that now. But I've seen the work of the H&I committee. They're very thoughtful. It's a very small amount of money, and yes, I did work in grant making, and frankly, the amount of funding that came in from philanthropy was not enough to cover the need. We always had to make massive amounts of cuts, and the reporting requirements were overwhelming for organizations, especially small grassroots organizations. So to be able to have a mechanism that the city offers, which is a minimal amount in our budget, to be able to help organizations meet those needs and the scramble that they have to do to get funding and report on it, I think is a valuable investment on behalf of our city. So I will be opposing this amendment.
Gabriela.
I'm going to vote no on this. I support the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative grant program. I think one of the things I think you got to remember is that we incur a lot of costs as taxpayers, and unhealthy neighborhoods do lead to a lot of real taxpayer costs. You know, when you increase food security, when you create community, when you support youth, those types of things create healthy communities, and healthy communities actually are less expensive in the grand scheme of things. So there's a real impact to these types of dollars spent, and it just isn't as one-to-one. It's because it's preventing a future problem from happening by supporting communities. And I support this. I support Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative grant program. I oppose this amendment.
Jay?
Yeah, I struggled a little with the previous amendment because that amendment was that program, the e-bike program, is taking a dollar amount and basically giving it to a specific individual. And that is something that I struggle with. But the Healthy Neighborhoods program doesn't do that. With the Healthy Neighborhoods program, we're reaching out into neighborhoods, and they're addressing the needs of a lot of people for very little money. And I don't, one of the philosophical arguments that we have is what is a city function and what is not a city function. But if doing these programs for our neediest neighborhoods is not a city function, then we're in deep doo-doo. I mean, we have to be able to do these things. We have to be able to do some things to not just to provide programs and pat ourselves on the back, but it also makes the people in those neighborhoods feel like they belong to something bigger than just whatever is going on right there. It brings people together, and I think these programs are really important. And I would hope that in future years we will expand this program even farther.
We're at 5 minutes, so we'll need a motion to extend.
I'll move to extend by 10 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor of extending, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. So we are extending for 5 more minutes. 10? Oh.
I would just say, the example of the library, that's kind of lame because cities have had libraries for thousands of years. Alexandria in Egypt had a library. I don't buy that one. But the thing, I'm not suggesting that the need isn't there. But this is the money. The county provides. The county provides the safety net, or the state. This isn't a city function. And what about we have working poor that receive nothing from this, and they're having their taxes go up to pay for it. Everything, well, this is a minimal. Well, then someone write the check if it's so minimal. I think we need to get out of this business. And they say, work with United Way, work with the state, whatever, to get this done. But don't be playing Robin Hood again, taking taxpayers' money and deciding, who you're gonna give it to. I'm not. That's not a city function. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to make my comment here because, we are not making Robin Hood here, okay? We are trying to be a good neighbor. And I want to tell you something. When we put together this grant process, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know if you're familiar with the Alice report that United Way put together. And the city of Fitchburg at that moment, 5, 6 years ago, has like a 40% of poverty, okay? 40%. So as a city, it's our role and right and responsibility to look for that and say, what we're going to do with this 40%. Okay? We're going to look the other side. Who's going to move to a city where the level of poverty continue to increase? Do you think that the investment are going to come to the city? We are going to invest more in police, in fire, we are going to spend more money than this $50,000 that we try to, we put every year to the healthy neighborhood. And by other thing, that the $50,000 that I am increasing in my budget is coming from the ARPA fund, okay? That I put an amendment in the ARPA investment fund like last year. So that one I am moving $50,000 more from that ARPA, from that bucket to here, okay? And you guys approve this, okay? You approved my amendment last year. So I am not, bringing money from other sources, okay? So the idea is that we need to be, try to work on those areas. And I know that some people will say, oh, $50,000, $60,000 is nothing. But we are acknowledging that we have an issue in the city and we are trying to fix it. Try to, like Jay said, we are going to make sure that those people that they live in those areas, they feel that they belong to the city, that we care. That's it. And remember, we have another neighborhood, Southdale. So I think we need to, if the county is not doing anything and the state is not doing anything in our city, whose responsibility is to look for all these neighbors? It's ours. We are here. It's our job. That's it. Okay, any other comment? Jim.
And I guess I just look at this as another way. I mean, there are certain things that organizations can do, especially smaller organizations can do, to make the city actually sometimes safer, can provide comfort when things happen in the community. And I mean, in my previous career, I've seen that happen where things happen in the district and you're actually looking for some money or something or bringing in smaller agencies to try to help solve situations. So that's the way I look at this, and I'm going to vote no for this.
Okay, we are ready to vote. Okay, so, who wants to? Oh, Dave, okay. Oh, no, you're done, Dave.
Just one thing.
You spoke twice, isn't it?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. Alder Erbs has spoken twice.
Okay, remember the 2 times, so keep your... Okay, anyone else? No? I don't count, isn't it? Do I count? Yes, you count. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen?
No.
Alder Gerhardt?
No.
Alder Herbst?
Aye.
Alder Jetzer?
No.
Alder Maldonado?
Nay.
Alder Strassman?
No.
Alder Udell?
No.
Alder Wheeler?
No.
7-1, motion failed.
Motion failed, thank you. So next we move to number 5, isn't it? Yes. Gabriela.
I will move approval of amendment number 5, utilize levy limit capacity for HUB on one-time projects or contingency.
Second.
So this amendment, this is tackling that $125,000 of levy limit capacity that was set aside by the mayor and Misty in the budget to allow for operating costs in 2025. So that capacity exists, but we're not going to use it in 2024. And I do think it's important to reserve that capacity. But because the city is always operating on such tight budgets, we have such a small contingency funding. And obviously that makes it difficult for departments to meet emerging needs that come up in a year. So I think that this is an opportunity to set aside this $125,000 into contingency for the city, or to fund any one-time use projects that get passed in the rest of this budget, which there aren't a lot, but so that we can have some more flexibility into the next year. Use it as an opportunity. That's all.
Jay.
Yeah, Misty, we had those 2 resolutions tonight that came out of finance regarding the police and fire department. Is this money, if we had this money available, would this be able to have been used to fill those gaps, or would we still have to have gone through that process?
So in order to spend contingency money, it has to go through council. So you'd still have to do that process through the resolution. But in theory, those departments wouldn't have had to absorb it within their existing budget. They could have tapped into the contingency as long as it was for one-time things. That's not a problem.
Gotcha.
Any other comment, question? No? Okay, so, no? Okay, we are ready to vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herps.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. Number 6.
Just one moment, I'm just pulling it up.
Firefighter.
Yes. I move approval of amendment number 6, add career firefighter inspector.
Second.
So the Fitchburg Fire Department has faced extremely high levels of overtime for a long time, but this past year was kind of a tipping point. There were over 8,000 hours of overtime in the first 3 quarters of the year. It's been extremely stressful in the department, and it's something that will continue as long as we don't have career firefighters because the world we live in, that we just can't recruit enough paid on call, paid on premises firefighters to fill that gap. And so we did add a firefighter at the end of this year, which will help next year, but we're still going to be seeing huge amounts of overtime next year for a department that's already very, very stressed and burned out. So because we have this additional capacity with the additional state transportation aid that came through, that was $125,000. The firefighter is $116,608. I think a great use of this funding would be to invest in a firefighter that both supports the department and makes sure that the department can function and that our firefighters are well supported. But it also is a budget-saving item because overtime is time and a half. And every overtime hour we pay is incredibly expensive to the city. So adding another career firefighter, I do believe, could save money next year in the budget on the whole. So that's all.
Any comment? Shannon?
I just have a quick question about so do we know how much,
Okay.
do we have a budget for this firefighter for the next couple of years? Like
Yes.
if it's going to be a career firefighter, do we have the budget for that?
Yes.
So yes, the omnibus amendment that we'll get to later with the 125,000 increase in the aid from the state for transportation, that is ongoing. So using that ongoing money for an ongoing cost is allowable or is fine by me.
Thank you.
Dave?
I'm in favor of this, but I want to add, I think it needs to be pointed out that there were four injuries to firefighters that, that's unusual to have 4. And that drove, that drove that. This was a tough situation, but I don't expect, and none of them were work related. So I think we need to point that out also. And this was kind of a perfect storm that it isn't due to our neglect that this happened. Okay.
Jay?
Well, even without the perfect storm, there was still going to be a ton of fire department overtime. And we need to add a lot more than 1. So I think, as we've talked about the referendum, I think adding more firefighters as part of that process is imperative. So I think this is a start, but it's only a start. I mean, we're behind. We've not added a lot of people to the fire department commensurate with the growth of the city. So it's time to bite the bullet and do some important things and make sure that we're set up for the future.
And also what we're trying to do is to, we have, our department is practically 75% pay on call of volunteers. So in doing this, we are trying to make the department to have more like a switch that percentage to have more full-time career firefighter and 25%, this is the goal, to have pay on call. The pay on call pool of candidates is also shrinking. So we need to also consider that too. Jim?
Yeah, and I just want to reemphasize the 8,000 hours of overtime and that The worst thing about overtime is when you're ordered to do overtime. Yeah, I did that in my previous career because your schedule, you plan your schedule around your family and everything. And so when people aren't coming in or they can't fill a spot and you're ordered to actually do overtime, that is not good at all.
Gabriela?
Just one final note, because the point by Alder Herbst is well taken that there was a lot of FMLA overtime, but Misty did calculate that, and it was 1,700 hours of overtime from FMLA, but there were 8,000 hours of overtime in just the first 3 quarters. There were more in the rest of the year. So, obviously it was a big chunk of it, but this is a systemic problem that we face because of not enough career firefighters, and as Alder Allen said, this is a start. This is not the solution, but I do think it will help the department next year significantly. Thanks.
Any other comment? No? Okay. Roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhardt.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. So now we are moving, number 2. Who has number 2?
Number 2, I am withdrawing.
What is number 2?
Number 2 was the reducing firefighter overtime, but I'm going to
Okay.
withdraw the amendment.
Okay, 1 second. Number 2. Okay. Okay, so next we move to number 7.
I move approval of amendment number 7, add funding for changes to transit system.
Second.
So this amendment is specifically to allow the Public Works Department to make some decisions about changing our transit system next year in response to the intercity transit and feasibility study, which is currently out. We've talked in the past about the need for 3 things that we've talked a lot about: transit shuttle to the civic campus. We talked about a shuttle to the senior center mostly. Bus route extensions, which would bring the bus down Fish Hatchery Road to at least to the Lacey Road to this campus, and then or park and ride. So those are sort of options that are going to be investigated in depth in the intercity transit feasibility study. That being said, without any funding next year, we won't be able to implement any of those until 2025. But there are potential for small dollar amounts to make a difference next year. The most obvious example would be a small pilot program for a shuttle, or more likely a change to a bus route. I would think it might be the most logical possibilities. I did put in $50,000 for this, but that's not possible with the levy limit. So I do want to amend this to change the amount to $24,000, and then I'll yield my time to other people.
I have a question. Don't we have some money allocated in the ARPA fund for this?
No. There was at one point a shuttle as an idea, but I believe that was shifted out.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what? How much you say? 24,000?
24,000, yes.
Okay. We need a second.
Second.
Who second, Randy?
Randy.
Okay. Any other comment, question? So we need to do roll call for the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment
To the amendment. I know.
Okay. And this is to amend it to 20,000.
24.
24. I'm sorry. Thank you for that clarification. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhardt.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Amendment is carried.
Okay. So now we need to vote in
We're still on the amended.
as amended. In the amendment. Okay.
Yeah, I want to just, I know we have a process for this
Yeah.
later, but I want to keep a bookmark here because as much as I support providing more money for transit, I think we're going to run out of money as we get through these amendments. So we may have to come back to this and amend it again, or maybe eliminate it completely and find money somewhere else to be able to do this.
I think we're fine. Oh no, we're fine. We're fine. I'm doing my math in my head. Okay, so now we need to do another roll call. Any other discussion? No? Okay.
Okay, roll call on main motion as amended. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Main motion carried as amended.
Okay, thank you. Number 8. Gabriela.
I move approval of amendment number 8, increase revenue allocation to the Community Wellbeing Fund.
Second.
As discussed in Committee of the Whole, so this is a concept. There's currently 3.5% of the court fines and penalties and fines revenue stream going into a fund labeled for Community Wellbeing Fund. My intention was, when I created that, was always to increase the amount. So the idea would be that there's sort of a variable amount of money coming in that can be used towards community well-being projects, such as the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative. And it would vary depending year to year, but depending on how that revenue stream works. I would like to increase that percentage going into the future so that we can divert it currently to H&I, but we could maybe make decisions with that in the future. But knowing that that has a levy impact, I have a second amendment after this to transfer $15,000 of the H&I grant funding to this fund. So basically, it takes it off the tax levy rolls and moves it into this community well-being fund revenue source. So this will be net neutral. Actually, it'll technically be net negative 900 to the tax levy if both of them pass. And I'm happy to ask if you have questions. I can take them in and let me know, and I can try to answer them with my final comment. Thanks.
Any comment, question? Okay, so Dave, Jim first, and then Dave. Jim.
I'll probably vote for this, but I just got to get this off my chest because I'm philosophically opposed to any fines going into a specific fund except for the general fund. And that was because of previous history in the law enforcement community where funds like this, they count on them to do something. And like I said, I think this is well written. I agree with everything. But every time I see something like this is why I'm getting it off my chest, is that I do get a uncomfortable feeling when I hear that fines are going to anywhere except the general fund. And you can only look through history of the issues that has caused in other cities where fines are used to fund other things. So I just wanted to get that off my chest. Like I said, I'll probably just vote for this anyway. But.
Thank you. Dave?
I'm opposed also. I don't think we're covering our, it costs us money to administer these fines. The police having to write the ticket if it's disputed. Judge Hamdy, I don't think we're covering our costs of the fines to start with. So I do not think we should do this. It's costing us money, to administer the fines, and I just don't think we're covering our costs if we're taking some of this money out and taking it other places. That's all.
Who else? No? Okay. Let's do roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Nay.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
No.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. Next, Gabriela. Number 9.
Number 1.
Oh, number.
So I move approval of amendment number 1, change funding source for some H&I grant funding.
Second.
And this is the amendment that pairs with it. So as I said, that past amendment had a $14,000, $100 impact to the budget because we budget that money. So I am basically moving the source for H&I grant funding, $15,000 of that grant funding. The source is now going to be the Community Wellbeing Fund, which makes the tax levy impact slightly negative. So it ended up being negative 900 to the tax levy impact. So that H&I grant funding will be coming directly out of the fund. Thanks.
So you are replenishing that fund, the well-being fund again.
Yes. So instead of the
you're putting the money back to the. Okay, this is what you're doing. Okay. Okay. So, Jay.
Yeah, so what happens if perchance the fines don't come in at the level that we expected in 2024 and there's not enough money in the fund to make this transfer to the H&I fund?
So how?
Well, the contingency rears its ugly head.
So how it's set up now from a policy perspective is that whatever the amount is of the cash that we collect, that percentage is what we'll go over. So if it's more than what was budgeted, more than what we expect, we'll go over to the other fund. If it's less, if we collect less than what we budgeted, then less will go over to the well-being fund than what we expect.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, let's do roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Hey.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, so next we move to number 9.
I move approval of amendment number 9, add human resources intern.
Second.
So this is for the human resources department. I think, as you all know, they've been very overtaxed the last few years because we're just hiring constantly for positions across the city. They are the only department to request an intern in 2024, and given the low cost of an intern, I thought it would be appropriate. We can consider this a one-time cost because the position is a limited term with a specific project, and the 2 projects that Sarah Olson has in mind would be organizing a youth job shadowing event or a possible mentorship program where city staff would have development within the city. Obviously, the details of that would be determined at a later date, but I think it sounds like an interesting project. Either one of those would be an interesting project for the city and provide a little extra support to our HR department, which has been very overextended recently. Thanks.
Any comments, questions? Joe?
Thanks for putting this amendment forward. I think there's also a potential to get a lot of in-kind support through various youth-serving organizations in the community. So I would be happy to work with our human resources director to help identify organizations that would be willing to both kind of recruit, if there were to be some sort of event, as well as provide, staffing support for a potential event and volunteers.
Any other comments? No? Okay. Roll call, please.
Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. And number 10, Jay.
I would move approval of Amendment 10 to increase Senior Center Public Information and Education budget.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So, so our population is growing, and with the addition of Southdale, the senior center is just they don't have enough money to be able to pay for giving information to members of these neighborhoods. So, with just the small amount of money, they'll be able to do the mailings and get people involved. One of the challenges is that many seniors are not quite as computer savvy as some of the younger people are, and so it's just difficult for the senior center to be able to get the word out using online resources only. So I would ask you to support this.
Any comment? No? Okay, roll call, please.
Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman?
Aye.
Alder Udell?
Aye.
Alder Wheeler?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. 11, Bill.
I move approval of Amendment 11 to increase the Transportation and Transit Commission to 12 meetings per year rather than the current 10. With BRT coming online, possible intercity transit, our hope to get the city to adopt Vision Zero, there's plenty to do, not even considering the new neighborhoods that are being built. There's plenty of work for TTC to do. I did run this by both Jeremy Crosby, who said it's, from a staff perspective, this is fine, and Ross Kaler, the transportation engineer, who said, well, he was less enthusiastic, but he said that well, we could use this as an opportunity to time box our meetings so that, even if we have the increased number of meetings, we can maybe keep them down to under 2 hours each.
How many meetings do you have currently for the public?
Currently 10.
10. And then you are increasing 2 more?
Correct.
Any, David?
Bill, I would just say keep at 10. Get your work done in 10. Prioritize staff time. Our staff is busy enough. Extra meetings. I prioritize and get done in 8 or in 10. I'm sorry.
Jim?
Yeah, I'm going to oppose this for the following reasons. One, I think our staff is kind of overworked right now. And I actually was walking around City Hall, and I actually had staff members come up to me complaining about committee members going directly to them, asking them to do work. And I think, Bill, you just said, you just walked over to Ross, where Chad is in charge. I mean, our organizational structure has lines of authority, and those lines of authority, in my book, should be followed. And the reason being is that Chad understands the workload of his people. And to have people just coming up to you and just saying, well, I need this, I need that, that's not, I don't think that's fair. And again, like I said, when you have all staff members coming up to an alder and complaining about that, I think we should actually consider their voice. The other part that I got from those discussions is that staff members don't feel that they can say no. And that is also a problem that I think that we should listen to their voice, because that's not right. That is hurts morale. I mean, I've been in those situations where, as a manager, where I got people coming into people that I supervise and just taking them in all different kinds of directions. And in fact, I talked to one person who said that it was bad, even when it was Patrick Marsh was here, that they wanted to institute a request system in order to alleviate work that they were just getting directly from people on committees. So I just think that, and I spoke to the mayor about this, and I just think until we get a handle on how the workflow should go, and that things should be being checked with Chad, I cannot support this, because I just think it's an additional burden just on our staff. We have an organizational study that says that we don't have enough staff. And so Chad should be the one that's really managing this workload, and not individual staff members or committee members just going up to staff and say, hey, can you do this?
Any question, comments? Bill, do you want to respond?
Well, I'll just clarify that I asked, I didn't tell anybody. I said, how would you feel about going to 12 meetings? Is this going to be an undue burden, or are you okay with this? And so, I mean, I'm not sure what the implication was there, Jim, but it's not like I was trying to coerce anybody. That's all.
I'll speak for my second time, and I know I'm done. Bill, I'm not saying anybody's really doing anything wrong. I'm just saying we got to consider our staff. And Chad is the one who basically is in charge of that workload. So I'm not saying that, when you ask Ross, I mean, Yeah, sure, ask him. But is Ross in that position to really say yes? Oh, yeah, we'll cover that. I mean, that should be going through Chad. That's all I'm saying. I mean, there is lines of authority in an organization, and I think we should just follow that.
Joe.
We're at 5 minutes, so we'll need a motion.
I'll move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor of extending 5 more minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carry. Okay, so next is Joe.
Sure. Just to kind of go off this conversation, I think it's an important one to have because I've definitely been in that position in employment roles. Right, we're working with alders who I think get a good amount of training in like how to communicate, and I know we've got the message to communicate through our city administrator. But I mean, I think it is an important point to address in terms of like protocol between committee members and city staff, and I'm wondering, does that protocol currently exist? Because I know I've definitely seen and heard of committee members be either demanding or rude to staff, and I want to make sure we respect that and have some sort of process. But I also see the need for, Alder Jetzer's amendment. So just wanted to clarify that with you, Chad.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. We have been lacking guidance to staff as well as committee and commission members as far as how the roles of authority work, so to speak. And when I say authority, I don't necessarily mean, that I have the authority per se. Obviously, I take direction from the mayor and the council, so I recognize that, and I want to be clear about that. But oftentimes there can be confusion from individual committee members, for instance, as to far as what their role and authority is. And how a committee and commission works is the vast majority of them are all advisory to the council, right? And that ultimately, if a committee or commission wants something done or staff to be directed to do something, that would come through either the city council, through a resolution to direct staff, through the mayor, or potentially me in consultation with the mayor to ensure that that would take place. So since we've identified that as a gap, we have actually drafted a handbook for staff contacts on committees and commissions, and that's wrapping up its final review state, and we intend to distribute that widely to committee commission members and also obviously seek the council's comment on it as well.
My second comment. I guess etiquette would be another, just because there's softer skills involved when it comes to communication. And I think oftentimes, like, as you've seen tonight, like citizens are passionate about various things for many reasons. But I think oftentimes when you're taking that elevated level of like you're serving on a committee, you're in an advisory role, it's good to know your role. But I think it's also good to know, like, it's like role playing during trainings, like how to talk to people, because I've definitely heard some horror stories about like the way that people have talked to staff and just treated one another, and I think that's definitely something that we need to. The same way we get it in our training during committee of the whole when new alders come on, I think it's also like a really important thing for our citizen members of committees to have.
Also on the to-do list, Alder Maldonado, that's also been an area of identification of needed work by staff. So we'll look to implement something where we can train provide similar training to our committee and commission members.
Gabriela.
And just so I'm going to vote no on this, but it's mostly just because I think I love the work of TCC. I'm really excited to be back on the commission, and I love how excited the commission is to work on things like BRT and the net zero. Vision Zero. Thank you. Vision Zero. Oh, God, I still learning. Okay. So, but I do think it's good to have staff have a couple meetings off a year. I just think it takes the pressure off them. So, and I personally kind of like having a couple meetings off a year for individual committees. So I'll be voting no.
Okay, Jay.
Yeah, we have a lot of committees, and the large majority of them meet every month. So there's a part of me that really feels like TTC should be meeting every month because they have plenty of work to do. I mean, there's just as much work as the Park Commission has. It's probably not on the same level as Plan Commission or Board of Public Works, but they got their hands full with a lot of stuff. And I drafted the original ordinance that created that committee because I saw the growing needs in the city of what we were going to have to contend with in the future. So, but on the other hand, we've got a public works department that is just struggling, and it's not just whether a staff member can attend the meetings. It's what happens during their regular 40-hour workday, because then they can't be doing the stuff that they need to do. And right now, I mean, with Randy and Jim, there's a neighborhood in the city that has been unbelievably involved with a road construction project that I've never seen anything like this. And it's consuming an enormous amount of staff time, and it shouldn't be. It just is. So, and stuff like that's going to happen. So I think I would be 100% in favor of this if I felt that we had adequate staffing, that it wasn't going to detract from the other projects going on in the city. But right now, I don't think we're there. And so maybe in another year, I'd be willing to look at this again.
We are at 5 minutes, so we either need an extension or a vote. It looks like Dave wants to talk.
So moved.
Just one sec. Well,
No, we need to do a
Second.
I just want to say Public Works is fully staffed.
We need an extension, Dave.
Dave,
Sorry.
they're voting on the extension
All
currently.
those in favor of extending the amendment discussion 5 more minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay.
Clarification, that was Jay and Gabriella, correct?
Yes. So now, Dave,
I just want to say, we recently became fully staffed at Public Works. Tim has worked hard to get there, personnel department, but now we're fully staffed. That doesn't mean we're at 100%, but I wouldn't characterize our Public Works department as struggling. I don't think Tim would either. We are fully staffed. That's all I wanted to say.
any other comment? Okay, so we are ready to vote. Roll call, please.
No.
Alder Gerhard?
No.
Alder Herbst?
Nay.
Alder Jetzer?
Aye.
Alder Maldonado?
Abstain.
Alder Strassman?
No.
Alder Udell?
No.
Alder Wheeler?
No.
Motion failed.
Okay. Okay, so next we move to number 12. David.
I'd move approval of Amendment 12, removing Teen Center Design Study Phase 3 for $40,000.
Second.
Okay, what is your rationale? Jay, second?
My rationale? Okay. All right. So I would tell you, I would start out by saying, I deeply respect Alder Maldonado's desire, and his driving force to have a teen center. I prefer to call it a community center. And I am not opposed to that. I've never been opposed, but I have been opposed to all taxpayer money to fund this. If you look at our Building Trades Training Center, we had a large benefactor, Mr. McKenzie, the Boys and Girls Club. We had large donations. None of that. Seems like the only path we're going down is to have a building that's paid for by the taxpayers. I saw you were doing cartwheels. That the county gave us $1 million. It's nice to give away other people's money, but the county raised their budget 13.4%, and the average taxpayer's bill from the county is going up $130 this year. I just think this is folly, that we need to look at renting an area and get this started. We have the potential for a future elementary school that could probably take care of this. At this point, it's foolish to do anything except rent. And I don't think we need this firm to do this study. I'd be willing to chair an ad hoc committee with Alder Maldonado. I have 3 mothers in that neighborhood that would love to be on this, and 1 father. And I know the real estate. I know what's available. I know the owners. I believe that renting a place is the way to go, and believing that Equity by Design is going to tell us whether we should buy it or rent it. they have no experience in economic analysis or any of that thing. That's not that's not their thing. I think we can do this better ourselves. An ad hoc volunteer committee save us $30,000. I'd also like to point out, the previous study, the main trend that came out, the kids, we want mental health and a place to feel safe. Well, something's wrong if they're not feeling safe at school. I think we ought to talk to Superintendent Clarity about that. If they're not safe at school, I'm not sure why they'd feel safe in a space here. But the mental health, certainly an issue. But Governor Evers has put money in the budget, for schools. That's where it'll be provided at the schools. We're not going to hire a separate mental health person to come to the community center. So the other thing I want to add to the study we previously did, the largest minority in the district, it's not a minority. The majority is Hispanic students, and there was none of them from the neighborhood on that study to give their voice. Even though if you go to Three Fountains, many Hispanic students, hardworking kids, but they had no input. The only Hispanic was Oregon School District. So I think with the potential for a school there, and other things, renting is the way to go. And I think between Maldonado, myself, and some of Verona schools and some parents from the area, we can do a pretty good job of determining what is needed and a space for it. We don't need to spend this $40,000.
Okay, who is next? Joe? Jay?
Yeah, I guess I first have a question. Is there anything about this $40,000 that would preclude renting a space?
What do you mean?
I mean, even if the city rents the space, there's still going to have to be some work done. There's going to have to be remodeling done. So I don't see how this necessarily drives us to building a new building rather than renting an existing space. I mean, I think that's part of the feasibility study, isn't it?
Yes.
So, I understand your concern, Dave, but it seems like, determining whether we're going to buy a space, build a space, rent a space, that we're not at that point of making a decision yet.
Who's next?
We need to extend.
I move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor of extending 5 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Okay, what's next? Joe?
Yeah, just a couple clarifying points. So, I mean, it strikes me as disingenuous, the proposal to rent a space, because that proposal had never been made. And also, it's inconsistent with the fact that this isn't a redirection of the money, this is a removal of the money. So I just kind of question the sincerity of renting a space without any sort of plan. And I think Ari mentioned it in their comments. I guess the second question around who was engaged, there were Latinx youth on as interns on the project, and also in many of the focus groups, as well as survey results. And that was pretty clear. And then I guess the other point that I want to make is, this is something that's been approved in every CIP since 2020. And this particular part of it hasn't been challenged. It's actually been encouraged by members of the council as a way to show legitimacy of the project. Many of you on the stage have said, we need more information. So this is exactly what this study is doing. So, obviously you know where I stand on this, but The fourth thing I just want to really quickly clarify is and I know the negotiations are in progress on the study that's budgeted for this year, but it's not just Equity by Design leading it. They're actually a project manager, and they're including two other firms. So one firm is Hope Community Capital. They have a really strong track record of kind of economic planning and municipal budgeting. So they're putting their expertise into another firm that can do it better. And then the design portion of it would be led by JLA Architect. So, Equity by Design has a certain function within this project, but they're not doing the entire project. They're guiding the other vendors in this. And then the last thing that I want to say is I know there's been comments about, kind of what fundraising has been done. We're not at that point yet where there's a push for a capital campaign. But also I think some of the, in addition to individual donors who have given to this project, several companies who have given to give stipends to the interns, as well as the in-kind support through staffing. UW Extension, Dane County dedicated a full-time staff to actually work directly with the teens throughout the whole first part of the study and are committed to doing the same in the second part of the study. UW Health provided an intern, and there's also probably in this next phase of the study going to be a lot of resources put into some community-wide design processes that'll bring the entire community out, not just young people. So just wanted to put all of those pieces on the table as we consider this amendment and clarify some of the things that were mentioned here.
Randy.
Yeah, Joe, I'm going to, echo some of your statements, especially with the one with information. I mean, many of us on this council have been around since day one with this particular project, and it's no secret that I've always advocated for a business plan. The world I come from, a business plan, a study. We're finally at that. We're in that process, and I think we need to continue with that process. And I don't think we should remove phase 3. I just think it'll set us back. That provide that additional information that we need to make that decision. So,
any other comment? David is number 2.
I've only spoke once, so I can go again, right?
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. All right, couple of points. Number one, I take great offense that this is not sincere from my part. I'm volunteering my time in that neighborhood all the time. There's no one more sincere about wanting to help the children in this neighborhood, but we're making this more complicated than what we need to be. After school program, help kids with homework, teens. This is not complicated, but what's going to come out of this is a building. We have to have a building. I can guarantee that's what's coming out of this. Second, once public money is put in, county gave us $1 million, the private donations go up. This is going right to the direction of being all on the taxpayers. And that's the other thing I see. This isn't complicated. We have space that we can rent. It's not hard to ask the kids, what they want or what they need. We don't need to spend $40,000. I'll lead a committee. I'm very experienced at facilitating committees. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a 40-year engineer, having to facilitate complex projects, multi-million-dollar projects. I think with someone as astute as Joe on it with me, and some community members, someone from the school, we can do this ourselves and save the $40,000. Then we can move towards the solution. That's all I'm saying. We're not made out of money. I'm giving you an option that we can still move ahead with this and save ourselves $40,000.
Okay, Jay, do we need, we
Move
need a
to
motion
Move to extend by
extend.
5 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor of extending 5 more minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carried. Okay, Jay.
All right.
And then you, Gabriela? Okay.
All I want to say about this before we vote on it is I just looked up the CIP project that we approved as a council, and this is still part of the feasibility study. That's what this is. It's not let's go buy a building money. It's not let's hire a real estate agent money. It's let's find out what we need and what it's going to take to make this happen. So I think we need to move ahead with that project. There is money in the CIP. There's $2 million in 2025 and $1 million in 2026 for possibly building a building, but I don't even know if we're going to get there yet. So let us continue with the feasibility. Let's work out some more, iron out some more of the details, and then we can make those decisions about what we're going to build or rent or fabricate out of thin air.
Okay. Gabriela.
Yeah, the results from the first part of the study I thought were very interesting. You kind of think you have an intuition for what people will say, but when you have the actual study in front of you and you see what people have, like the actual testimonies, the actual information, that really, it sometimes reveals what you think you thought, but it also brings up new things. And so I don't know exactly what this study will show, but I think we do need that information. I support the concept of a teen center, but I look forward to the information that kind of clarifies what the actual needs are, because I think we all have our own intuition about what that might be, but having the information kind of gives us a third-party view so that we can have that more productive conversation that's in the context. So I support the study. I think it's great, and I look forward to the results of it, so I oppose this amendment.
I want to make some comment about this because I was, co-sponsor of this amendment way back in 2020. So some of you asked in past meeting that we need to involve the county. We need to involve other partners to fund this project. So I think that since I became a mayor, I was working with the 2 Dane County supervisors that represent our area. Couple of meetings and saying, you're there representing us. This is our needs. This is the project that we want to move forward. And I think this is looking at the concept of Dane County. And we were very lucky, that I don't know, you took a look at the Dane County budget. I did. I was very impressed because they provided us $1 million in funding for this project. And I also spoke with Joe Parisi too about this. So I think that, we are in the early phases of this project. We are still determining how this project will look like, if we are going to build, rent, or we are going to buy an old building and renovate. I don't know. The intention always was to work with a not-for-profit to provide the programming. That one was always the intention. The city is not going to hire staff to run this the teen center, and I want to repeat that many times because I think there is a misunderstanding about that. So, and I think the city has invested a lot of time and money already in this teen center. Most of the municipalities surrounding to us, smaller than us, they have a teen center, okay? So they saw that there is a need to working with youth. So, and I think that we need to give it a chance, give it a chance. Let the process work out, and then we are going to determine what we are going to do. So that's it. Joe.
Yeah, I'll just add one last thing. Like, having come from the world of philanthropy, things like this, what the county does, boosts kind of confidence in a project. And I saw that with the Black Excellence Center, like that Alex G is working on building. It's like when one form of revenue comes, the city in this case, another may follow, right? And I think I just want to emphasize the county's investment in this and say that it is my hope that with that, it also inspires confidence in the Verona School District, in some of our larger businesses, and the state and federal government to be able to also look into what funding sources exist. And again, I think that is the function of a feasibility study, to determine what the financial need is and determine how the best way to meet that is. And I'll just say this to members of the council, previous and current. I appreciate the pushback because it has actually led to this project being stronger. So I just want to give that gratitude to the folks on this council.
Thank you. So we are going to go vote. Roll call. Roll call, please.
Alder Allen?
No.
Alder Gerhardt?
No.
Alder Herbst?
Aye.
Alder Jetzer?
No.
Alder Maldonado?
No.
Alder Strassman?
No.
Alder Udell?
No.
Alder Wheeler?
No.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Motion failed. This was
Motion failed. Thank you.
I know that they know on the yes and reverse in this one, but okay. So now number 13, Jim.
Move approval to increase funding for the police facility, and that would increase costs to build a purpose-built police facility from $35 million to $41 million.
Second.
Okay. So discussion.
No, let's get out of here. I put this amendment in because being on the police facility committee, the first estimate came in at $44 million. And, I thought that was a little extensive, and some work will be done to reduce that. But as you look at when that $35 million was actually approved, that was 2019 dollars. And for me, it's more like transparency for us to sit there and keep saying this is going to be $35 million. I just, I disagree with that. I mean, let's just look at the hub where the original budget was $2,688. In 2022, there was a budget amendment for $1,282 and $282,259. And then in 2023, $210,000 was added to that. So, I wanted to get this out there to the community. Like, will it be $41 million? I don't know. I thought it was a good conversation at the committee of the whole. We just don't know how much it's going to be. But I think that, to say that this is going to be $35 million, I just can't, put that out there because it just doesn't make sense that we're going to say $35 million in 2019, and with all the prices that are going up, the supply chain issues, that is not going to go over that. And I'm glad I did put it out because I think the discussion has been, people have been talking about this, and I'm glad they have been. In fact, Mayor, when we saw each other at Oasis this morning, I was having a conversation with people who were giving me feedback about this, giving their opinions. And I hope from the discussion tonight, because everybody pays attention to the budget, I don't think too many people have been paying attention to the committee meetings, except for one, Elizabeth Thompson. She has been giving some excellent feedback. That wasn't the only email that she has sent to us. I hope that we generate more discussion so that for that November 27th meeting, that we will get more information onto what the community wants.
Okay, Gabriela.
Yeah, Jim, I do want to thank you because I do think the budget is a perfect time for ideas, and for conversation. And I do think that this amendment has brought some awareness to the issue and some conversation, which I think is really important. And it was good to hear people talking. Ari mentioned the idea of creating a gender-neutral locker room space, which I think is a really interesting concept. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to see if that's been discussed yet, but that's an idea that came up. And so I look forward to that public meeting where we get a little more chance to dig into this. And I do want to clarify that I am very much open to the idea that the budget might be higher, but I can't say that right now, and I'm not comfortable increasing the budget at this point in time, but without that additional information. But I do want to thank you because I think it's the time for conversations, it's time for ideas, and I think this did shed light on the issue. So, good.
Dave, yeah, was Dave? Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question, and Jim, I don't want you to answer it now because you only get to talk twice. But Elizabeth's letter, and maybe Misty can weigh in on this. I'm in favor. I know I'm going to vote for. It's at some point I'm going to vote for spending more money on it. Does it have to be in this budget? I'd like to have a little more public input so they can have their public can get a little more input or have their say. The meeting you're having on the 27th. Can we vote on this at a different point than this budget right now until after we've given the public a little more say? I know you've had them involved, but that's kind of where I'm at. I believe it's going to cost that much. I'm in favor of it, but I'm just wondering if it can wait till wait till after these meetings for the vote, or basically next year's budget.
Is it okay if I cover it?
Yeah, you can go.
So yes, the budget needs to be adopted tonight. So the official 2024 adopted budget really needs to happen tonight. But the council has the ability to do a budget amendment really at any time to change whatever has been included in the adopted. There might be different rules around it. It'd have to be a separate resolution. But absolutely, this is not the only chance to look at what that total budget would be.
So we need to extend.
So moved.
Move to extend by 10 minutes.
Okay, all those in favor of extending, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. So we extended. So the other thing I want to mention is we already have $35 million approved, so we can start working on this. There is money there approved. You know what I mean? So, and I agree with some of the comment that they made that maybe we need to wait for the public input to determine what we want to see, and also I don't know what is the rush to put this amendment because we don't know the final draft or how much it's going to cost. Maybe it's more than $6 million that we need. I don't know. You know what I mean? So why we are going to rush it? We can amend the budget next year and bring an amendment that is more reflective of close to the estimate cost of the building. That's it. You know what I mean? So we know that this building is going to cost more. We don't know how much more. You know what I mean? So, and, we know that we are going to build, we this body already committed to build this. But I think for transparency to the taxpayer, I think we need to have better, in my case, if I had to vote in your case, I would say I would like to have more relevant information, better numbers. Because we don't even know, this council has no even vote on how are the components, elements that we want to see in that. We have a design, and then on November 27, it's going to be our opportunity to go there and say, we like this, we don't like that. I already seen the design more in detail because I am in those meetings, but I think it's unfair for you that you haven't seen most of the stuff yet. That's it. Who else? Joe?
Yeah, I would agree. And just kind of referencing that, I remember the meeting where we did this with the hub, and the hub is obviously much a smaller project budgetarily. So I, heard Ari's comments specifically about just needing to ensure that we have thorough, not just engagement, like what do you think, but education on what this is and why it's important and what's more important than other things. So I echo the sentiments about more engagement, more education, and I think we also need more meetings than just one. Particularly after Thanksgiving, it'll be kind of rough for a lot of people to be able to get to that. I think meetings may even need to be extended into next year as we go through this process.
Any other comment? No? So we are ready to vote? Okay. Roll call.
Alder Allen?
No.
Alder Gerhart?
No.
Alder Herps?
No.
Alder Jetzer?
No.
Alder Maldonado?
No.
Alder Strassman?
No.
Alder Udell?
No.
Alder Wheeler?
Aye.
Motion failed.
Okay. So thank you. So next we move to number 14. Dave.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw this amendment as the.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, this is the wrong one.
Yes.
I want to
You
withdraw
can't
it,
withdraw
though.
mine, Jake. Come on. So I move approval of amendment number 14, reduce scope of Whalen Road shoulder paving.
Second.
All right, so you've heard me talk. I won't spend much time on it. To complete this would be $830,000, which is a large sum of money. I've looked at the road very carefully. There's a couple of areas where the sight lines of vehicles are obscured going up hills. We fix those at a reasonable amount, and we'll improve the safety on the road. Is it ideal? No, but what I would say is we don't have that many people riding it. If you feel it's unsafe, you don't have to ride it. There's other routes. It's a small amount of our population rides on this. I can improve the sight lines where there's conflicts at a few places. And yes, please don't tell me that there'll be cars in the same lane with bikes. I know this. I ride the road. I'm just trying to get as many things as I can get done with our available money. And also need to point out that once you get to the end of it, there's no bike lanes on Whalen the rest of the way or Fitchburg. So like I say, I'd like to fix it for a lower cost and use the money for other things. That's all.
Gabriela?
I have a question for Misty. So because the R17723 failed, that means the Whalen Road bike lanes are in this current year 2023 budget for $830,000. So this is not a 2024 budget item. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. So the best way to do this right now would be to withdraw this one. And then if there is a desire to change what's in the 2023 budget currently about Whalen Road, that would be better done by a 2023 budget amendment rather than duplicating it through the 24 budget.
Okay, so Dave, what do you want to do?
I'm not following you. My budget amendment asks for reducing the, that's the amendment I'm calling for, is reducing the what is in the budget by that's what I'm calling for. I don't quite understand that. You know, all the things that were in your budget, we're already in the budget that I proposed eliminating or reducing. I don't see the difference here.
And I agree, it got really confusing with that budget amendment that didn't get adopted before the amendments were due. So if that other resolution would have passed, then this would make sense because that would be off. Like it wouldn't be in the 2023 budget anymore, and then it would need to get added back into 24 budget. But since that resolution failed, Whalen Road as a whole still exists in the 2023 budget. If you want to change the 2023 budget, that would be a 2023 budget amendment would be the better process to do it. And I do understand why it's confusing. It's because of that resolution that the timing didn't work out.
So just to kind of clarify a little bit further there, the resolution that you guys acted upon that failed recently, that was to amend the 2023 budget that contained the already authorized funding from the city council to add paved shoulders to Whalen Road.
Yeah.
So hopefully that helps clarify some of the questions. So as we stand today, based on the previous council action that defeated that motion or that resolution, the project exists in the 2023 budget to add paved shoulders to Whalen Road for $830,000 or $850,000. So as Misty has indicated, the best process to move forward if council desires to change the scope of that project and direct staff to do something different than what has been directed previously by council would be to submit a new resolution to amend the 2023 budget to direct staff to proceed differently.
I tried, and you say no, so.
I can speak a second time.
Yeah.
This is my second time, but I just will say that if this did come by, there was a lot of public comment about when we did the bike lanes before, and I feel like we had a very clear decision, and this idea wasn't brought up at the time, but I think if we were to revisit this in this year's budget, I probably would still vote no, I guess is probably where I am at the moment. So just for context in terms of making decisions if we want to do a budget amendment in the remaining months of this year.
We're at 5.
So we are at 5 minutes. No, yeah, we are at 5. Yeah. It's 11 o'clock.
We're getting close to that.
No.
What's going to be necessary next?
I move we extend.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor of extending, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Okay, who else wants to speak about this? Oh, Bill.
Well, since there's nothing in the 2024 budget regarding Wayland, there's no scope to be reduced. Can we even vote on something like this, or is this just an obsolete amendment right now?
So I think what this would do at this point is it would create a project in 2024 at the reduced scope. So then you'd have 2023 at the full scope being budgeted and authorized, and then in 2024 you'd have a duplicated, reduced scope project authorized.
Well, that could be fun.
No.
Do it all.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Alder Allen?
No.
Alder Gerhardt?
No.
Alder Herbst?
Aye.
Alder Jetzer?
No.
Alder Maldonado?
Nay.
Alder Strassman?
No.
Alder Udell?
No.
Alder Wheeler?
No.
Motion failed.
Okay, thank you. So next is amendment number 15.
This
so,
one's mine, yay! So because the council did not approve Resolution R177-23, I will withdraw this amendment as being useless.
Okay, thank you, Jay.
Which one was this?
This may be a good time since we're approaching 11 o'clock.
I was just going to make that
Yeah,
motion.
we'll make
I
it.
would move to extend the meeting for a half hour.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the meeting half an hour, say aye.
Aye.
Or extending the meeting, yeah. Any opposed, the motion carries. Okay, so next we move to number 16. Okay,
I move approval of Amendment 16 to remove the McGaw Park volleyball post replacements.
Second.
okay,
I'm not gonna say Patrick covered it enough. Nothing more to say.
okay. So we need to go to roll call directly. Okay, Jay.
So, I just wanted to point out that this isn't going to have any budgetary impact at all.
No.
All it does is remove this as a line item from the list that Public Works provided for us in the CIP project. And, I don't know, I hate micromanaging departments, but on the other hand, we've definitely had some public comment on this, so, the money will still be there if this does need to be done, and we can deal with it then.
So what is your point? Are you in favor or against?
My point is that I'm in favor of this amendment.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so we are going to go to roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Allen?
Aye.
Alder Gerhardt?
No.
Alder Herbst?
Aye.
Alder Jetzer?
No.
Alder Maldonado?
Nay.
Alder Strassman?
Aye.
Alder Udell?
Aye.
Alder Wheeler?
Nay.
You have a tie vote.
So,
4.
no. I want the money where it is. Okay.
Motion failed.
I will get an email from Patrick tomorrow. Okay, 17. Gabriela.
I move approval of amendment number 17, reinstate Tower Hill shelter replacement.
Second.
So here's another one that's related to that, R17723. Because that resolution was submitted, the Tower Hill shelter was not included in the 2024 budget, even though it originally was supposed to. It was in the CIP for 2024. So it was excluded in anticipation of the passage of that resolution. Since it did not pass, now it's not in the budget at all. So this amendment just puts it back into the 2024 budget. It's the same funding source. It's ARPA TID closure funding. There is enough funds. I did check with the finance director. There's enough funding to cover it. And it's a very, very old shelter, but it's a very well-used shelter. And I think it's time that we replace it. Thanks.
And Jay.
Yeah, Misty, I had a question about this, and I apologize that I didn't ask you about it earlier, so you could be prepared. But what's the current fund balance? What's the current percentage of our budget that's in fund balance?
So that is in the mayor's proposed document, so I could pull it up real quick. But it is just barely over 15% is what we're estimating as of the end of this year. Because in the CIP for 24 to 33, we were using fund balance for a lot of those next replacements before the replacement fund was established. So
Gotcha.
council has strategically spent down fund balance.
Yeah, the reason I was asking that question is because we're also spending down the TID closure fund, and we had way more projects than what that could cover. So I wondered if there would be an opportunity to use some undesignated fund balance for this, but I guess not.
Dave.
Question for Misty. We can't use park dedication to rebuild the shelter. What would keep us from using park dedication fees to build a second shelter? Second one, and maybe the other one burns down sometime later. I don't know.
That feels like a loaded question for this late at night.
Well,
the city attorney is present at this meeting, Dave.
You can't do maintenance with it. You can't do maintenance. I'm not saying it burned down, but maybe it falls down in the interim. I don't know. But
We can gift it to the fire department for training.
yeah, okay.
So I have an answer to that one, actually. So this is in the Tower Hill Shelter Park, which is a neighborhood park. It is not a community-wide park. So really, it's only the development park fees that are collected from developments within that area that would be able to build a second shelter, regardless of what happens to the first one. So I don't believe there's any new neighborhoods in that area that would have Tower Hill as their neighborhood park. So I don't believe that would be an option.
Worth a try.
And I hope nothing happens to that shelter in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, Gabriela.
Just one more thing for the park staff. I'll say it again. I think we should consider doing solar shelter for this one. So just putting that out there. It's not my decision to make, but we should consider it.
What did you say, Gabriela?
Consider it a solar shelter.
Oh, okay.
Noted, Gabriela, noted.
He's awake.
Hey, Scott, if it burns down, I'm going to be asking some questions too.
Well, if you recall, at one point in time, there was a fire in there way back when. So I wonder what you were doing back then, Herb. You were probably over there setting it on fire.
I can start a fire without any accelerant, but
In all the many years that I have served this city, I have never heard a discussion like this.
Please, people, I know it's late and you're tired and maybe you need...
Oh, no, we're just getting rolling.
Okay, so roll call, please.
Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder Gerhardt.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
nay.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God, I have a cold. 9:18, Dave.
Move approval of amendment number 18.
Yes.
Oh, hold on here. I gotta get my page open. Amendment number 18, add maintenance costs to extend the life of the kids crossing playground.
Second.
So, as I mentioned previously, I spent an afternoon over there talking to parents about the playground, all I had was good comments, and I spent an hour or two looking, shaking every piece of wood, and I believe we could fundraise, a relatively modest amount of money, replace the bad things, maybe sand it down, repaint it, and extend its life for 10 years versus tearing it down and, fundraising $500,000 and using $500,000 in TID or ARPA, whatever we had, that for a modest amount, we can extend the life of this easily 10 years.
Okay, any comments, discussion? Jay?
Yeah, since Scott is alive and well, what are your thoughts on this kind of a fundraising campaign, Scott?
Or extending?
Well, I think, I think if it's a fundraising initiative, I guess my experience has been for a new type of facility. Certainly if it was decided at some point in time that Kids Crossing would be replaced with a newer facility, I think the fundraising potential would be better than trying to do fundraising for maintenance of a facility. I would think that the general perception may be from the public that it is a city facility, and the city as a whole should maintain it and pay for the maintenance of it. So I guess that would be a general thought that I would have.
Yeah, I want to talk to.
Okay. If I would also just remind the council, based on the conversation at the Committee of the Whole last month, staff is currently working to identify and get an updated assessment of that playground. I think the report that was included in the original budgetary documents indicated that assessment was last done in 2018. So that should be forthcoming in the next month or two.
The other thing I want to mention is when we talk about fundraising, because I did that with the inclusive playground and it took me 4 years. So we need to, we cannot do that fundraising and neither the staff. So we need to work with a not-for-profit organization to do all the fundraising, and it's getting complicated. So the ideal is to, something that I am working for 2024 or 2025 is to try to create the Friends of the Fitchburg Parks, you know what I mean? So maybe if we have a not-for-profit that advocate for our parks and they can do fundraising, that one would be great, to do all of this. But right now, we don't have an organization like that. And then, in working with the inclusive program, I think I worked with 2 organizations in different periods, and it was, it takes a lot of time, and organization and coordination, and so that's it. It's a lot. It takes a lot of more time and logistic. So, Gabriela.
I do think I do think this is a well-intentioned idea, and it's a good idea, but just given the state of the facility and the fact that it does need to be replaced in the near future, I would rather move towards replacement rather than move towards extension. And one of the primary concerns I have, obviously the safety is a concern, but I think the substrate, it's so hard for kids that don't have total mobility to walk on that type of surface. And so, and that's the kind of thing that I think we don't want to extend it for longer so that those kids can continue to not be able to use the facility. So I'm glad that the staff is looking into what our options are. And I do think a fundraising campaign, it's great, Dave, that I think you do have the ability to kind of generate interest in fundraising. So I hope that we can make that happen, but to replace the park completely. Thanks.
Jim and Jay.
I think one thing, we already got the inclusive part at McKee Farms with other things. One, I guess this, like Gabriella was saying, I mean, let's just make the whole thing for all the play areas inclusive. Because they mentioned ADA compliance in here in the report. So let's just do it. Get it all consistent.
Yeah. This is how we should be building our future parks, you know. This is like more compliant with ADA. Jay.
Yeah, when we built Kids Crossing originally, there was some ADA consideration that was put in, but obviously the entire thing is not ADA compliant. So I certainly support that. I think all the fundraising happened through the Madison Community Foundation. So that's a place that has some resources that we can certainly reach out to as we're considering what to do with this. But there are some things that probably need to be fixed soon, like right now, because there's some things that have had to be removed. So I'm kind of torn on it, but I don't know. There's no budget impact to this. So I'm going to vote in favor of it just because I think we should leave the opportunity available. And if it doesn't get enough votes at council, it doesn't get enough votes. But I like to have options available, and if this is one, and maybe we can get a couple of community organizers together who want to go out and try to make this happen, maybe we can do that.
Shannon. We need to extend Shannon first.
Move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor of extending, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Shannon.
Okay, I just got a couple of questions. So for this, are we adding additional funds for just maintenance costs so we don't have to redo the Kids Crossing? Is that is that the reason why or is this on top of redoing Kids Crossing?
How it's written now is how it's written as intended would be this would replace the project to replace the thing altogether. So this would just be money that we would collect as donations we would use to invest back into the existing structure. Whether that happens in practice, I'm not sure, but that's at least what the intention is of the submitter.
But this amendment doesn't remove the $750,000 in 2026.
No. Correct, because we are only looking at 2024 at this point.
Right.
Yeah. Any other questions, Shannon? No?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Misty, is this levy or is this alternate funding source?
It was all funded by donations, according to the alder.
Okay.
This maintenance was all donations.
Oh, yeah.
The replacement project you're thinking of, the bigger project, that was half and half.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Let's do a roll call.
Alder Allen?
Aye.
Alder Gerhart?
No.
Alder Herps?
Aye.
Alder Jetzer?
Aye.
Alder Maldonado?
Nay.
Alder Strassman?
No.
Alder Udell?
No.
Alder Wheeler?
No.
Motion failed.
Okay. So do you know when we are going to have that result? You know what I mean?
I'm hoping within the next couple of months.
Oh, okay. Couple of months. Okay. Okay. So next. So next we move to omnibus amendments. So Randy.
All right. Motion to approve omnibus amendment number A, adjust Fitch-Rona EMS budget based on EMS commission action.
Second.
So this one is.
I'll speak to that if that's okay. So the EMS Commission did amend their budget during their commission meeting in order to fully take advantage of the levy limit adjustment that is available to us. So this is a correction in order to mirror what was approved by the commission, and it has no impact directly on us on levy limits, because whatever amount we increase, we have an equal amount that will increase the levy limit adjustment.
Any questions, comment? No? Okay, roll call.
Alder Allen?
Aye.
Alder Gerhart?
Aye.
Alder Herps? Oh. Dave? We'll come back. Alder Jetser?
Aye.
Alder Maldonado?
Aye.
Alder Strassman?
Aye.
Alder Udell?
Aye.
Alder Wheeler?
Aye.
Alder Herps? Are you available?
Aye.
There he is.
Motion carried.
Aye.
There's only one I know.
So, next one.
Motion to approve omnibus amendment number B, adjust general transportation aid,
Second.
GTA.
Okay, Misty.
Thank you. So subsequent to the mayor's budget being released, the Department of Revenue provided their updated estimates of what amount of general transportation aid the city can expect. It's quite a bit more than what I expected due to the town of Madison, which is a great problem to have, and it did provide some capacity for you all during this process. So this is increasing the budgeted revenue to more align with what the Department of Revenue did as their estimate for 2024.
Any questions? No? Okay, roll call, please.
Alder Allen?
Aye.
Alder Gerhart?
Aye.
Alder Herps?
Aye.
Alder Jetser?
Aye.
Alder Maldonado?
Aye.
Alder Strassman?
Aye.
Alder Udell?
Aye.
Alder Wheeler?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next.
All right.
Yeah.
Motion to approve omnibus amendment number C, adjust Metro Transit expense and state aid.
Second.
Misty.
Thank you. A large portion of the transit costs that we pay on to Metro Transit is actually reimbursed to us by state grant funds. Chad shared our 2024 tentative budget with Metro, and they recommended a small adjustment. It doesn't impact our levy amount, but would increase the cost that we'll pay to Metro and offset by the same amount as an increase in grant funding. So your last correction amendment.
Okay. Any question? Bill? Okay. Oh, Jay. Okay.
Yeah, Misty, if we ended up increasing our contractual services with Madison Metro, how would there be additional funding from the state aid for that?
That is what this amendment is doing. So the amount that Metro said we had for levy portion was okay as it was, but they said our total cost and our grant amounts were too low. So both of those are what's going up.
Well, I guess the question I'm asking is if we add a route later, like sometime next year, would that be paid for by this grant also?
I don't know timing on the grant as far as if we've applied for it yet.
I see.
Do you know, Chad?
Metro takes care, actually, no, we do that now, that the transportation engineer takes care of the grant application. They typically, I think, do that in December is when they submit that application. And we hope within the next month to have a cost estimate from Metro to actually increase service on the 65 and the 75. How that translates to our ability to financially implement that in 2024 will obviously remain to be seen, but we hope to have that information soon. And I can't say for certain, Alder Allen, but my suspicion is that based upon what we are paying for transit service and offering for transit service would have some correlation in the return on the grant funding. I don't think it's dollar for dollar per se, but I would speculate that would be a corresponding increase of some sort in the grant in federal aid.
Any other questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Alder Allen?
Aye.
Alder Gerhart?
Aye.
Alder Herps?
Aye.
Alder Jetser?
Aye.
Alder Maldonado?
Aye.
Alder Strassman?
Aye.
Alder Udell?
Aye.
Alder Wheeler?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So next, Misty. We go to...
Next, we would like to take a recess, please.
Okay.
So that
So
Tracy
moved.
and I can coordinate.
Okay, so we move to recess.
5 minutes.
So
5
moved.
minutes.
Second.
All those in favor of going to a recess, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Aye.
Yeah.
I'll move to reconvene.
Second.
All those in favor of moving to reconvene, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. So, okay. So now we are in process, step 4 on C. So now I will ask if any of you want to reconsider any amendment.
Julio, would you like me to give just an update real quick?
Oh, yeah, please.
Yeah, so Tracy and I conferred, and we know where we're at. We do have to go through that step 4 process,
Okay.
like the mayor was saying. Right now, we are $8,216 over levy limits.
Okay.
So close.
Okay. So, Gabriela,
I can fix this with one amendment. I'd like to reconsider number 5.
which one?
Number 5, the utilized levy limit capacity.
Second.
Okay. So, what you are trying to do, Gabriela?
Do you want to explain it now, or should we wait?
So, yeah, under the process that was approved by council, you should collect if there's any other amendments
any
that
other
council
one?
members want to reconsider, and then we would start voting.
Any other one? 1, 2, 3. No. Okay. So now.
So now get a motion to reconsider number 5.
Okay. So I need a motion.
So move.
Second.
Are we did it?
We did.
Oh, okay. Okay. So now
Oh,
we're
do I- do I need to-
discussing.
So she just put it on the list.
Yeah.
Now we have a motion to actually
Yeah, please.
reconsider
Okay,
it.
okay. So
Yep,
now
So I'll
we're ready
move
to
to
go.
reconsider amendment number 5, utilize levy limit capacity for HUB on one-time projects or contingency funding. So what I'd like to propose is amending this resolution. Right now, all of that money is going into contingency funding, and none of it can be used for one-time projects. What's putting us over the top is the HR intern, which is that one-time cost. So what I'd like to do is amend this to designate $115,000 to contingency funding and $10,000 to one-time projects.
Okay. Comment. No. Okay. Roll call.
And the amendment, right? First.
In the amendment.
Alder Allen. Aye. Alder Gerhard.
Aye.
Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman. Aye. Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Amendment carried.
Okay. So the motion carries. So now we need to vote on the amended amendment.
Do you have something else?
Huh?
So that amendment has now passed,
Yeah.
right? Or no, she just amended it. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, she amended it. Thank you.
So.
That happened once this month.
Okay. So we're
So
fine.
now voting on the amended
Amendment. Okay.
Alder Allen.
Aye.
Alder
It's
Gerhard.
confusing,
Aye. Alder Herbst.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried as amended.
Okay. So now I need a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Another 30 minutes. Oh. All those in favor of extending the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. So now we are.
Now I get to talk.
Okay.
So we don't need to take another recess since it was just that one that needed to change. So based on this budget, which hopefully will get adopted by after the closing statements and then the adoption of the resolution, which would happen after I give you some statistics. So if this continues as we're on, the tax rate will be $6.72, which is very, very close to what it was last year. It's an impact on the average home of $21.
21. Okay. Okay. So now, we are going to, closing a statement regarding the budget. So I'm gonna ask every one of you. So starting from District 1. 5 minutes.
You can start, Dave.
As I say, I echo a lot of what Paul said. Spending too much, you're seem like you're very enthusiastic about going to referendum next year. I represent the poorest people in the city, the largest number of poor people, and the county is going to be the highest tax county, probably the highest tax city. And with Verona School District building a new high school and buying land, we're going to be highest tax school district. So I don't know how people of moderate to low income are going to be able to afford to live here. Our actions affect their rent. It hurts them far more than the people with higher incomes. And I think we're not even looking at ways to save money, spend away, and it's going to come back. It's going to hurt the poor people, is what it's going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I won't take too long. I just want to thank the mayor for putting together a thoughtful budget and really listening to staff, constituents, other council members, the community. Is a really thoughtful process. And also just want to thank the council because although we often disagree on many things, I think over the past couple of years we've been a very civil council and had, for the most part, the ability to be agreeable while still disagreeing. And also just want to thank the people that live in the city of Fitchburg for, being engaged. Again, I may agree with you, I may not, but I think just the fact that folks are weighing in and, giving their feedback is a part of this civic discourse. It's a part of a democracy. And then lastly, to, folks that live outside of the city but support the many things that we do in various different ways. I appreciate you. You're an asset to our community, and you give your time, your talent, and your treasure to be able to make this city thrive and grow. We are a resilient community. We are obviously a diverse community in terms of demographics, but also in terms of types of land, types of neighborhoods, and it's a very hard job to govern in a place with such vastly different landscapes. And I just appreciate the folks that put the effort to decide to step up and serve their community. So, a second thank you to my fellow council members for the work going above and beyond what you had to do.
Bill.
I'll just kind of echo Joe's notes here. Thanks for all the hard work put in by the mayor and the city staff and the alders. This has been an eye-opening experience for me as a first-timer here. I have several kind of guiding principles in my life, one of which is everything is easy until you're the guy who has to make something happen. And it's interesting to be part of this whole process. Thanks again.
Thank you. Gabriela.
I want to thank the mayor and our finance director and our city administrator and all the city staff that contributed to put together the initial budget proposal. I thought what was put together was pretty incredible considering the limitations that we had. I'm really grateful that we had that extra state aid to fill the gap and make this budget work, even though, a few months before that we weren't sure if it was going to. I also want to thank the council members. This was a really good discussion back in Cow and also tonight, and really think we've done a good job, and I think we've also really helped the public understand this budget a little bit more. And I also just want to step back and acknowledge all the city staff too that went through all the finance budget presentations. That's always one of my favorite meetings of the year because it's not only a recap of the budget, but it's also kind of a reflection on what happened in the past year and all the accomplishments that happened. And it always strikes me how much work is being done in this city every year. It's absolutely incredible with the number of city staff, how much is being accomplished and how much progress is being made with relatively limited resources. So Thanks to all the city staff for all of that you do. I think this budget is great in that it does provide more benefits for our city staff and wage increases and supports them, with the increases in health insurance premiums and all of those costs that are associated with it. I never try to lose sight that so much of our budget is our staff, because that's what we do as a city is we serve our constituents, and that requires staff in order to execute that. So I think supporting the staff was a big part of this budget, and I really appreciate that was part of it. And I think these amendments will help. I mean, adding a career firefighter, I think, makes a big difference. But we still face a lot of challenges with staffing, especially in public safety. And, we did everything that we could with this budget within the limits. But even so, there's a lot more that needs to be done in the future, and obviously that we face challenges with levy limits in order to make that happen. So I think that context matters a lot. I am proud of what we're able to do while keeping the taxes essentially almost stagnant, which I think is a pretty incredible accomplishment considering the things we were able to add to this coming 2024 budget. Thank you.
Jay.
7 years ago. No, that's a different speech. I've been involved in a lot of different budgets. The first budget I voted on was about $12 million. How much is this budget?
31 million, maybe?
Yeah, Yeah. This city has grown quite a lot. And, I appreciate Dave's comments that there are people who are going to struggle with taxes, but that's largely not because of us. That's largely because of the way real estate prices have skyrocketed throughout this part of the state. And I wish I had a better answer to that. But I think we're doing the best we can, and we're going to have to do a lot more. I mean, I know Dave doesn't support the idea of a referendum, but I don't know how we're going to provide the services that the residents need without doing that. So, yeah, we made a couple of steps tonight, but we have bigger steps to make, and it's all going to be challenging. Everything we do in this kind of a budget situation is challenging, but I believe that we have developed a working relationship with each other, and I think we can find a way to make things work that, maybe it's not going to hurt too much, even though it's going to hurt a little bit. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Shanna?
I just want to say, everybody, I think we did a really good job. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay.
I think it was a good process. I just wish we could have got out an hour earlier because I was predicting 10:30, but that's okay. But I mean, taxes are important. I think it's important to keep taxes low also. But I mean, sometimes we got to look at what are the needs of the community, and we just make sure. What I look at, do we have a good plan in place? If we have a good plan in place, I mean, sometimes, are some people going to get hurt? Sure. I mean, everybody's not going to get happy. You look at gentrification when we rebuild neighborhoods. I mean, sometimes that involves, some people, a reduction of population in some of those neighborhoods. But when it's a well thought out plan, I think everything kind of works out for the best. I just think we got to be cognizant of what happens to others who may not be beneficial. The other thing was the grant. I asked the question of whether we needed to take all 5, was it 5, Chet? All 5 of those officers, because one thing I'm concerned about is that, sounds like a good idea. Yeah, let's do it. But then 5 years down the line or 3 years down the line, I mean, all of those officers are now on the tax levy. We're paying for it all. And I just hope that we're really thinking about the future when we look at, okay, we got a grant for this amount of officers, but, are we going to be able to afford that 3 years later? So that's it.
Thank you, Jim. Randy?
Yeah, I think I'm going to echo a lot of what has been said here tonight, but I think I'll start out with, I want to thank you, Mayor, for the thoughtful plan. You did put together a good budget.
Thank you, Randy.
You and I have, we were opponents earlier this year, but I do want to give you credit where credit is due. So,
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah, you're welcome. And I'd like to also thank this council. We don't always agree, but we do keep civility, and I think that's important for the city to move forward, and we can have discussion and come together and move things forward. In my professional career, I've worked with a lot of staff. I've had staff that reported to me, some large, some not so large, but it is really a pleasure to work with the city of Fitchburg. They're professional. They listen, and I just want to give a big shout out to them. And then I think the biggest shout out, though, and thank you, is to the residents of Fitchburg. They are really engaged, and they put their trust in us, and they help us make this a wonderful community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Randy. So, okay, so now we are at, I think, Randy, you need to move a motion.
No, we're not doing
No?
we just do a roll call.
Oh, roll call, yes, we are still open. Yeah, sorry. So we are voting now for the, if we approve this budget, okay? So this is the final roll call, isn't it? Yeah. So,
Alder Allen.
I suppose.
Alder Gerhart.
Aye.
Alder Herps.
Aye.
Alder Jetzer.
Aye.
Alder Maldonado.
Aye.
Alder Strassman.
Aye.
Alder Udell.
Aye.
Alder Wheeler.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So I want to thank you. This is my first budget, and, I want to thank all of you for all your opinions, the good feedback, the bad feedback. I take it. And I think, I am very, I feel happy that we are bringing a lot of good relief from city staff, benefits, and so I think I will say thank you very much to all of you, to the city staff, to Misty, your team, Chad. That it has been a couple of good months, with a lot of conversation. But yeah, so thank you guys. So, so next we go to the mayor's reports. I have a huge list of things that I did in the last 3 weeks, but maybe I'm gonna share this in the next meeting. But I have been, doing a lot of meetings. This morning, I want to share something. This morning, we went to the ribbon cutting of a Japanese company that they moved from Madison to here, to where is in the
5510 Research Park in the Hospital Association building.
And it was great because it's all the people from Japan came here. The president of the international president, it was here. Everyone was here. So. And one of the things that because I had the opportunity to talk to them, and they say, oh, we love this. What we've seen from this city, we love it. They said the green, all the construction, it seems like a safe place. This is what the Japanese told me, So these people, I say, okay, great, and they saw that we are growing as a community. They saw that this is what they perceive, like we are a safe community. So that one was great to know. So I am not going to share all the things that I did. Maybe I'm going to send you an email with everything that I put together, so you know that I have been busy. The mayor's awards is coming, so I send you the press release. So next council meeting, we are going to recognize those people here. Okay. So I send you that press release so you know who they are. Yes, but I have very good meeting. I have meeting with Edgewood College, with the project that is coming. We're going to have more public information in February and March. So that one is something that maybe I should share with the district elders about this project too. So we continue meeting with Madison Metro, discussing BRT, and the business appreciation. I want to mention that. It was great. I want to thank CIDA for putting it together, economic development team, and all the staff that participate. It was a great event. 300 people show up. The governor was there. The president of Promega was there. So it was great. And this is a very good thing for the city. So we need to be proud of everything that we're doing. So that's it. So if anyone has any report.
I'll move to skip Alder reports.
Okay. Okay, announcement.
One comment.
Okay.
The Seminole Tap is open.
Oh, yes, it's true. I went there. Yeah. So, we remember to support our businesses. Okay. So announcement, next Common Council meeting will be November 28th.
Move for adjournment.
Next committee of the whole is going to be November 29th.
I'm still moving for adjournment.
And then I want to say something else before we close.
Oh, my God.
I want to wish you guys, and all the residents and the staff, happy Thanksgiving. Okay? Okay? So that's it. Feliz Día de Acción de Gracias. Okay? That's it. So now I look for an adjournment.
Oh, now you want it. Move for adjournment.
Second.
Who seconded you? Okay. All those in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
We are adjourning at, what time is? 11:46. Thank you, people. Thank you, FACT TV.